Chapter 51. The night was getting darker and colder. The night gradually deepened, and the cold air was somewhat heavy. The lanterns were brightly lit. Outside the examination hall, the guards were still there. Groups of soldiers with long spears were patrolling, sealing off the examination hall. No one was allowed to enter. Within the examination hall, all sorts of food had been prepared. There were chickens, ducks, vegetables, fruits, and so on. For the past few days, they had been eating in the examination hall, and no one was allowed to enter. Within the examination hall, all sorts of food had been prepared. There were chickens, ducks, vegetables, and fruit. For the past few days, food had been prepared in the examination hall, and no one was allowed to go out. All the examination hall officials were not allowed to go out as well. They had to review all the examination papers. The entrance was guarded like a nail. Not only were they wary of outsiders, they were also not allowed to leave. An examiner put down the brush in his hand and rubbed his eyes. These past few days, he had been marking the examination papers in his room. He had stared at the papers for too long and was feeling dizzy. He rubbed his eyes. There are over 100 papers, and I'm only missing these few papers before I'm done. I'm feeling dizzy. Within the room, another examination hall official laughed. It's our duty to select talents for the province. But it's been almost 7 to 8 days, and I'm feeling tired. Hearing this, another examination hall official said, "All right, stop complaining. After we're done today, I shall sleep until dawn tomorrow. The rest shall be handed over to the chief examiner to review. After that, we can submit the results to the chief examiner, and let the chief examiner decide who will pass the examination." Since the founding of the dynasty, although there were only 4 subjects, it had become a tradition. Although the examination hall officials were mostly local scholars, the chief examiners were all scholars from other provinces. The chief examiner was the chief examiner of the province, and was sent by the imperial court. All examination papers have been reviewed. Examination completed. Pass the examination papers and results to the chief examiner. Hu Yingjin read through the first 50 papers and felt that they were not bad. You all have put in a lot of effort, and the selection of scholars is fair. I have read until now and have not found any mistakes. When he got to the 7th paper, his eyes lit up. Seems like this person is very refined. As he continued reading, he thought to himself, this person has the potential to become a grand scholar. But this paper is only the 7th. Could it be that the previous papers are better than this person? Then this grand scholar is incredible. As he was thinking, he started to read the next 6 papers. After he had finished reading, he turned back and picked up the 7th volume. He frowned and thought to himself, nonsense. This essay is way ahead of the other volumes, and there are no mistakes or omissions. It should be at least in the top 3. They were all Jinsher, so they naturally understood that there was not much difference between the essays. Each had their own merits, and could be ranked at will. However, if there was a gap between them, then it would be impossible. Even the Ministry of Rights would speak. After pacing around the room for a few steps, he relaxed his brows. Although his name was smeared in the examination, the standard of his writing is like a torch in the night. Even if his name was smeared, just by looking at his writing style, I can tell that he is a good writer. These local officials must have had their own considerations. Perhaps they had offended someone, or perhaps they felt that this person was too young and wanted to suppress him. Thinking this way, he shook his head in dissatisfaction and placed it first. The Su dynasty has just been established, and they are following the traditions of the previous dynasty. This trend cannot be allowed to continue. This article can be the top of the list. As he said this, he placed the paper at the top of the table and looked around. Does anyone have any opinions? We have no objections, the examiners replied. At this point, the sky was getting brighter, and the sun was peeking through the sky. A rooster was crowing in the middle of the courtyard. Hu Yingjin then said, "Since that's the case, the rankings have been decided. Open the papers. The CEO has given his orders. Open the papers. Since the papers had been decided, the High Scholar had been decided as well. The corresponding paper was taken out and the names were recorded on it. The first name was Pei Ziyun. Top Examiner, Slow River County Elementary Scholar Pei Ziyun. When the name was revealed, all the examiners were shocked. Even the CEO, Hu Yingzhen, was taken aback. 15 years old, isn't that too young? However, since the rankings had been decided, they kept quiet and kept quiet. One by one, they opened the paper and recorded their names. On the red paper, there were 33 names, which were divided into 3 sections. The first section had 3 names, followed by 10, and finally 20. Since there are no objections, use your seal. The 20 over-examiners took out their seals and stamped their names on the paper. Finally, even the CEO had stamped his seal. This was the official list of names. Open the doors to the Imperial Court. Send this to the Governor's Mansion and the Imperial Court. Open the results immediately. Tribute Courtyard. Apart from a small number of scholars who were still able to maintain their composure and wait for the examiners to arrive, many of the scholars had already arrived at the Tribute Courtyard. The soldiers have all left. It's obvious that the results are about to be announced. In front of the Tribute Courtyard, there were many elementary scholars. Boom! The door opened and the bailiffs came out. All the elementary scholars shouted in unison, "The results are out! The results are out!" This shout was not predetermined, but all the elementary scholars shouted in unison. The triennial prefecture examinations carried the hopes and expectations of all the scholars. Fu Mansion. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the walls, and a few magpies were chirping. More than 10 elementary scholars were in the main hall. Although the serving maids had brought meat porridge, nobody paid much attention to it. Not to mention elementary scholar E, even Yu Guang Mao had taken a bath and changed his clothes. He stared anxiously at the door. Fu Mansion was close to the entrance. After a while, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. Soon after, the sound of drums and gongs could be heard. Everyone present, including Pei Ziyun, stared at the door. Rank 30, Dong and Prefecture Hong Ho County's Chen Jin Chun. A group of examiners rushed up and shouted. The gatekeeper had long been prepared. Hearing this shout, one of them rushed into the courtyard to announce the good news. Another hurriedly opened the door and led the bailiffs into the room. There were also some servants of Fu Mansion lighting up firecrackers. They were celebrating the good news. Chen Jin-chun had been quiet all this while. At this point, he fell to his knees and cried out, "Father, Mother, I've made it. I've finally made it. I've been taking the exams until I'm 35 years old, and I've finally made it." This person was like a child, crying out loud on the floor. Yi Quan forced a smile and helped him up. "Congratulations, congratulations, this is a good thing." Actually, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Someone had made it, but what about themselves? Even Yu Guang Mao's face turned pale. Rank 21, Dong and Prefecture Fu Lu County's Yu Guang Mao. "Congratulations, congratulations!" Everyone was celebrating. Yu Guang Mao heaved a sigh of relief and regained some of his composure. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. "I lost my composure, everyone please forgive me." No one replied. Yi Quan and the rest stared at the door. There were many onlookers discussing, "This high scholar Fu is really talented. All these elementary scholars live here, and there are already 2 masters who have made it." Nobody spoke as they continued to stare at the entrance. They watched as groups after groups of people walked past the entrance. As time passed, the hearts of the elementary scholars began to sink deeper and deeper. At this point, another round of drums and gongs could be heard. Ignoring the onlookers, they shouted, "Results of the regional examinations, Dong and Prefecture, Slow River County Pei Ziyun, top scorer Pei." Yi Quan and the rest felt as if their bones had been ripped out of their bodies. Their morale was gone and they slumped into their seat. Even though Pei Ziyun was a transmigrator, he could feel his head buzzing. He forced himself to remain calm and collected as he handed out the money. The bailiff smiled as he received the money and congratulated him profusely. The elementary scholars who did not make it were all pale and dejected. Some of them even started crying. Only Qin Jinchun and Yu Guangmao bowed. "Congratulations, Brother Pei, you have become a top scorer. Congratulations, congratulations." Pei Ziyun hurriedly returned the gesture. Actually, there was not much difference between a top scorer and a high scholar. Every new high scholar would be given a certificate stating when they passed and what their ranking was. Usually, they would be exempted from taxes by 20 mu of land. Because of the previous dynasty's incident, many high scholars sought refuge with the high scholars, and the government could not collect any taxes. The dynasty had learned from this lesson, and the high scholars were only exempted from taxes by 20 mu. Next was the bestowal of a high scholar's attire. Actually, a high scholar's attire was similar to an official's attire. Then, they were bestowed with a plaque and allowed to build a memorial arch. They were given 20 taels of silver, while the top scorer was given 30 taels of silver. High scholars could build a memorial arch in front of their doors and be praised by others. The plaque was hung on the door and represented the owner's family's glory. When outsiders saw it, they would know that this family was a scholarly family and had at least produced a high scholar before. As for the officials and public servants, they were more polite to such people and would not bully them for no reason. Amidst the commotion, High Scholar Fu walked over. "Congratulations, congratulations to the 3 new high scholars. I have already prepared a banquet, please take your seat." As he said this, he waved his hands, and firecrackers were lit at the entrance of the mansion. The small garden within the mansion had already been set up. At this point, the air was fresh and the sun was warm. The banquet was conducted in accordance with the ancient customs. Everyone was seated at a single table. The only exception was Mistress Cloud and Luo Li's table. All of these dishes were scattered all over the garden. Although they could not be considered delicacies, from the looks of it, there was pork tripe, duck soup, mutton beef, mooncakes, and even watermelon slices. There were more than 20 tables in total. High Scholar Fu smiled. "Everyone, please take your seats. Those who did not pass this time, do not be disappointed. Come back in 3 years, you are still young. Come, let's drink." The elementary scholars were somewhat desolate, but they could not reject such a scene. What if they passed the high scholar next time? They forced a smile and raised their cups. High Scholar Fu had served many elementary scholars in this courtyard before, and knew how they felt. He did not try to persuade them, and after drinking a cup, he placed it down and ordered, "Start the opera." Several women walked out, playing the lute and singing. Since this matter had already been decided, many of the elementary scholars wanted to drink to drown their sorrows. In the blink of an eye, several cups of wine had been downed. Yiji Quan was no exception. After downing 3 cups, his pale face regained some color. He laughed. "Brother Pei, Brother Yu, when you and I arrived at the city on a boat, it was just yesterday. But after today, things have changed." As he finished speaking, he clapped his hands and laughed, but 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but sigh. Over the past few days, he knew that Yiji Quan's family was not very well off. He was hard-working and diligent, and was able to ask questions with humility. Other elementary scholars could ask questions as well. It was a pity that hard work was not the only thing that mattered in this world. Thinking about how Yiji Quan had failed the exam and had to return home to teach, Pei Ziyun felt sad. However, there was nothing he could say to console him. He could only raise his cup and drink it down in one gulp. Only the little girl's face was flushed with excitement. She looked around and asked, "Aunt, is this what it means to be a high scholar? Just passing the exam and there are changes?" Mistress Cloud couldn't help but sigh. "It's like this. This high scholar title is not ordinary. It's just that this is the fate of the imperial court, not your own. You have to remember this." The little loli was a little confused. She nodded her head again, but it was unknown whether she understood or not. Chapter 52. Early in the morning, a magpie could be heard chirping outside the window, as though reminding him, "Wake up early, wake up early." Pei Ziyun woke up and felt a headache coming on. High Scholar Fu was very happy when he saw that he had passed the elementary examinations yesterday. He even insisted on drinking with Pei Ziyun. All the other elementary scholars had also toasted him. Pei Ziyun had no choice but to drink. Someone knocked on the door, and Pei Ziyun stood up to open it. A servant was smiling and holding a gift box in his hands. He was very eloquent. When he saw Pei Ziyun, he said, "Master Pei, my master knows that you have just passed the High Scholar examination and has not made any preparations. He has prepared a gift for you to pay your respects to your master." The servant then reported the gift list to Pei Ziyun and handed it over. Pei Ziyun took a look and saw that there was a famous inkstone and a painting from the previous dynasty. These were all suitable gifts, and he wanted to decline. The servant then said, "Master Pei, my master has already prepared an ox cart for you. Master Pei is a newly promoted high scholar, and is not from the city. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Master Fu has also allowed you to pass." Pei Ziyun wanted to reject the gift, but after hearing High Scholar Fu's words, he knew that this was an unspoken rule. He did not argue and accepted the gift. As he walked out, he saw Qin Jin Chun and Yu Guang Mao following behind them. The three of them smiled and greeted each other. "This is?" Pei Ziyun asked. "These are the gifts from the seniors. Some of the new high scholars are from poor families, and may not be able to afford these gifts. Hence, the seniors can help them out. These are not much, just a little help." Pei Ziyun understood that they were trying to pull some strings. He then boarded the ox cart, and the ox cart driver shouted at the ox cart before they started their journey. Hu Yingzhen was the presiding officer for this year's examination, and according to tradition, was the high scholar's master. High Scholar Fu had already found out where official Hu lived. When Pei Ziyun arrived, he saw that there were soldiers standing guard in front of the courtyard. Pei Ziyun, Qin Jin Chun, and Yu Guang Mao came forward to hand over their invitations. A servant then led them into the courtyard. The courtyard was very quiet, and was surrounded by corridors. In the middle of the courtyard was a well, with a huge vat of water in the middle. As they entered, they saw Hu Yingzhen drinking tea in the main hall. The three of them hurriedly went up to greet her and presented their gift. Hu Yingzhen looked at Pei Ziyun and said, "This official took a look at your examination paper, and it really made my eyes light up. Your current standards are extraordinary, and you're still young. As long as you put in more effort, you'll definitely be able to excel. That's why I made an exception and gave you first place. Do you understand?" Pei Ziyun was extremely flattered and said, "Many thanks to my benefactor. This favor, this student will never forget it." This kind of private meeting was actually very short. There was another meeting in the afternoon, and Hu Yingzhen had a few more words with Qin Jin Chun and Yu Guang Mao. Soon, there were sounds of people outside the door, and Pei Ziyun led the two of them out. At noon, there was a wedding banquet. It was held in the tribute courtyard to show the imperial court's great kindness. This was the Great Su's most important banquet. When the new high scholars arrived at the academy, they saw the soldiers standing there with swords hanging from their waists. An official then led them in. The moment they arrived, they could feel the solemnity of the academy. An official announced, "The new high scholars have arrived. Enter the hall." The new high scholars bowed their heads and walked in. The doors to the main hall of the academy were opened. The main hall was dedicated to the Confucian sage and the wise men. On the table was a plaque that read, "Long live the Great Su Dynasty." This plaque was made of gold, and had a dragon carved on it. It was about 1 foot and 5 inches tall. Throughout history, the wise men were either sitting or standing, and had different expressions on their faces. The new high scholars were all filled with respect, and their breathing quickened. To be able to enter this hall was the dream of every scholar. "Pay your respects," the official shouted, and all the high scholars knelt down. "Pay your respects again. Rise." Once the mission was accomplished, they retreated to the main hall. Greetings to the high scholars. This time, there was more than one high scholar present. The chief examiner, the vice chief examiner, and the room official were all present. All 33 high scholars bowed in unison. Soon after, it was time for a speech. As soon as the speech was finished, the entire hall was filled with music. The new high scholars entered the banquet. Everyone was seated at their own table, and the dishes were delicately prepared. The high scholars were all filled with vigor. They had studied hard for many years, and now they finally had the qualifications to become an official. After some time, the chief examiner laughed. "When I first entered this hall, I was young and arrogant. Life has to be lived to its fullest. Everyone need not worry." As he said this, he left the hall. As soon as he left, the atmosphere became livelier. The high scholars clasped their hands and toasted each other. The entire hall was filled with joy, and laughter could be heard from time to time. Some people even shed tears. Pei Ziyun was the top scorer, and thus was the center of attention. Many people chatted with each other, and it took some time for the atmosphere to calm down. Looking at everyone laughing and chatting, he couldn't help but think about his past. Time flew, and even the world had changed. At this point, someone served a cup of wine. As he walked past Pei Ziyun, he glanced at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun paused, and looked back to see that the person was already far away. He was somewhat surprised. Shaking his head, Pei Ziyun raised his cup to another high scholar. This person kept the empty wine jug and walked back to the kitchen. When he entered the kitchen, someone came out to welcome him. How was it? The person who delivered the wine shook his head. "You can't check inside the academic courtyard. If you want to check, I think you should do it outside the entrance." When the person heard this, he hurriedly walked away. Oxcart. The banquet lasted until the afternoon before everyone dispersed. Pei Ziyun walked out of the academic courtyard and looked for an oxcart. It was said that the Sui dynasty did not use sedans, and did not regard humans as beasts. Only the emperor and the empress were carried by humans. Pei Ziyun was drunk, and only sobered up when the autumn wind blew past him. He called for an oxcart, and the driver helped him up. He smiled. "Master, the wind is cold, and it looks like it's going to rain soon. Where are you going?" Pei Ziyun paused for some time before sitting down. He then opened the window and said, "To Fu Mansion, it's near. But don't leave. I've already bid farewell to someone, and will ride your cart to the pier." The oxcart driver nodded in agreement, and the oxcart started moving. Pei Ziyun was about to rest when he suddenly sat up straight. "Who's there?" The oxcart stopped as the driver asked, "Master, what's the matter?" Pei Ziyun looked around and saw a middle-aged Taoist holding a mirror looking at him. He frowned. "Could it be that Zhang Jieyu knows that I've killed Li Wenjing, and sent someone to kill me?" As soon as he thought of this, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. In the blink of an eye, the Taoist turned around and left. Prefecture City, Gaochue Monastery. From time to time, there would be people coming in and out, delivering news to Zhang Jieyu. Zhang Jieyu was in a bad mood as he received a report from a Taoist within the county. He said that he was checking on the latest news, and that there weren't many conflicts. Zhang Jieyu frowned deeply and remained silent. A Taoist in his 40s with a long beard walked up to him. This was the person Zhang Jieyu had sent to investigate Pei Ziyun. Seeing this Taoist return, Zhang Jieyu frowned and asked, "Senior brother, is this Pei Ziyun suspicious?" The Taoist had already checked and said, "Young master, I've checked. Pei Ziyun doesn't have any Dao arts. I've used a mirror to check on him, and he doesn't have any Dao arts. I don't think he's the one who killed the advisor. I've checked on the day the advisor was killed. Pei Ziyun was drinking with a group of elementary scholars at the Drunken Immortal Inn. He got drunk and didn't return to Fu Mansion that night. Instead, he stayed at an inn for the night, and was woken up at noon the next day. Hearing the Taoist's report, Zhang Jieyu paced around, feeling that something wasn't right. This person is suspicious. The last time he was rescued by Free Cloud sect at Silver Dragon Temple, he might have been shielded. I'll have to trouble senior brother to check on him again. That's right, where did he go now? After hearing about the banquet, he left the city and boarded a boat. Based on his speed, he should reach Dong'an Prefecture by tonight, the Taoist said. When Zhang Jieyu heard this, an idea flashed across his mind. However, when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't think of anything. He then waved his hands and said, "That's right, is it possible to look up some information from the Tao authorities?" "Young master, that's difficult. Think about it, the Tao authorities and the local Tao authorities are the ones who supervise the Tao sections. Although there are people from the Tao sects who join them, the ones in charge are all rogue cultivators. The imperial court monitors the Tao sects under the heavens, and they definitely have some sources of information. However, it's obvious that we won't be able to get it." "That's right, but we can't be soft on this matter." Zhang Jieyu stood up. His eyes gleamed as he looked out of the window. "Our sect hasn't been around for long, and our foundations aren't strong. If we were to be soft, wouldn't others think that we're a pushover? That's why I said that Li Wenjing's personal matter isn't a big deal, but the symbolism behind it is." The Taoist pondered for some time before saying, "That makes sense. I've got it. Men, bring me the map." Zhang Jieyu shouted, and a man came in moments later, handing him the map. In actual fact, this map was a taboo in ancient times. However, even Tao sects could produce it. "Look." When the man returned, Zhang Jieyu's eyes were filled with excitement as he pointed at the road. "What you said just now made me think of something. From the city to Dong'an Prefecture, it would only take a day to travel down the river. Besides, Li Wenjing's house is closer. It's at least 30 kilometers away. If someone were to travel down the river at night, wouldn't he be able to kill him and return at the same time?" The Taoist was taken aback as well. He then said, "Young master's words make sense. That's possible. However, the person who killed Li Wenjing was shrouded in a layer of light. Li Wenjing's soul couldn't see the person. This isn't something that can be achieved with martial arts." Zhang Jieyu laughed. "That solves the problem of time. That's not difficult. Even if this Pei Ziyun doesn't have any powers, he can just wear a magical weapon. There should be a way to circumvent it. That means that this Pei Ziyun has a very deep relationship with Song Menyun. Although magical weapons aren't rare, they aren't easy to obtain." The Taoist frowned. "We'll talk about this later. No matter what, we have to follow this train of thought. Are you able to mobilize the patrols along the way to investigate?" "Young master, the Luo sect has some influence along the river. We can investigate if this person was on the boat. As for the officials along the river, young master, you should know that it's not just us. All the Taoist sects don't have deep connections with the officials. The imperial qi is a taboo, and there's no hope of ascending to the next level. Only those who have no hope of ascending to the next level would be familiar with us. But we do have some connections. We can give it a try." "Then go and check it out," Zhang Jieyu said decisively. Chapter 53. Slow River County. When Pei Ziyun arrived at Slow River County, he met with the magistrate and the mentor before the sky darkened. He then looked for an inn, the same one where he had bought the gold pearls the last time. The innkeeper and the waiter did not know that Pei Ziyun was the top scorer, but they remembered that Pei Ziyun had stayed there before. They then greeted him, "Esteemed guest, you're here to stay again. Although my inn doesn't have 100 years of history, Master Shi's house has been renovated for 20 to 30 years. It's really comfortable to stay here. The innkeeper welcomed Pei Ziyun into his room and lit up the lights. He then instructed the waiter to bring hot water for him to wash his face and feet. He then served him a cup of tea. Pei Ziyun saw that the innkeeper was about to leave and called out to him, "Don't be in such a hurry. I've just returned from the boat and was busy visiting some people. Get me some dishes, but don't serve me wine. I've been drinking too much these few days. Give me some light wine." "That's easy. I'll cook my own dishes and buy you a plate of beef. The stall next door is famous. Recently, a cow died and was approved to be slaughtered. I'll get you a caddy of it." Pei Ziyun smiled and agreed. Before long, a waiter came in carrying a tray of food and placed the dishes on the table. There were 4 dishes. There was a plate of sliced beef, a plate of stir-fried chicken with garlic, a plate of peanuts and a plate of scrambled eggs. Pei Ziyun nodded his head in satisfaction. He had just started eating when someone called out, "Is young master in?" "I'm Chen Yuan." Pei Ziyun replied, "Come in." Seeing that it was indeed Chen Yuan, he was surprised. "I've only been back in the county for half a day, and you've already come looking for me?" Chen Yuan's attitude was different from before. He bowed respectfully and said, "Young master, you've become a high scholar." The news was quickly sent to Dong'an Prefecture. Dong'an Prefecture then sent someone to deliver the news to Slow River County. Slow River County then sent someone to deliver the news to young master's house. When I heard it, I hurried out. I was waiting at the pier. Although I missed it, and didn't receive young master on the spot, I asked around and managed to find out. "Good, have a seat. Shall we have a meal together?" "No, I've already eaten. I'm here to report to you." Although Chen Yuan didn't address him as a servant, he was still very reserved. At this time, the sky was already dark. Not long after, a bright moon rose up, shining through the shadows of the trees outside the courtyard. Pei Ziyun didn't force the issue as he ate and asked, "How's everything going?" Chen Yuan then handed over the land deed and said, young master had paid the money to buy the land, but was stopped by the county government. They said that young master is only an elementary scholar, why would you want to buy so much land? They also vaguely questioned the origin of the money. They said that they heard that the young master's family only had a few acres of land, so how could they take out such a large sum of money now? I couldn't get it done even if I broke my legs. Unexpectedly, the day before yesterday, a clerk in charge of this matter in the county government sent the transfer document. He was very polite. I thought I would send it to Madame Dowager tomorrow, but I didn't expect young master to come back today, so I sent it here. Pei Ziyun received the land deed and looked at it. He then heard Chen Yuan continue, young master, there are 5 land deeds. One of them was according to your instructions, and was used as a field for the ancestral temple. It's 50 mu. The other one is for 400 mu of land, which is near the East River. It's not far from Snail Village, and the price is higher than I expected. Pei Ziyun nodded his head. If I had bought the entire piece of land, the price would have been higher. If not, I wouldn't have been able to get it. And the other 3 are for scattered fields. The total is 50 mu, and is not barren land. You've done well. Pei Ziyun was extremely satisfied and placed the land deed down. He hadn't been home for a few days, and Chen Yuan had been following his instructions. He then asked, how's my family doing? Chen Yuan replied, Madame Dowager is doing well at home. The village has arranged for a cook to take care of her. The last time I visited her, she seemed to be in good spirit. Chen Yuan paused before continuing. The Pei family's ancestral temple has been completed. Now all that's left is for young master to go back and inscribe the plaque and inscribe the word. At this point, Pei Ziyun had finished his meal and took off his shoes. He then walked into the courtyard. Other than the main room, the other rooms were all small. Pei Ziyun then said, You've done well. But now that we have the land, we still need to find tenants. You've done this for me as well. I understand. Chen Yuan bowed and said. You might not understand, let me explain it to you. Pei Ziyun thought about what the original owner had heard, and knew that this person wasn't a kind person. The dynasty has just been established, and the imperial edict advises the tenants to reduce their rent. Some people would think that it's advice and not an order, and thus disobeyed. That's true. But if they make a mistake and something happens, it's a crime. Furthermore, because the dynasty has just been established, and the land is much more plentiful, it's not easy to find suitable tenants. Pei Ziyun turned around and glared at Chen Yuan as if warning him, Don't you dare make use of my power to do things that are beyond reason. Yes, yes, Chen Yuan replied, looking a little embarrassed. But it's easy to solve this problem. I'm prepared to buy 10 oxen in the county, and I'll be able to finish plowing the land. I can split the rent among the tenants, and I can be generous, but not too generous. Otherwise, people will think that I'm weak and easy to bully. Pei Ziyun then paused before changing the topic. How's business in the county? It seems to be better than before. Pei Ziyun returned to his room and laughed out loud. I've taken a look at the north side of the county, and there's a building for sale. There are 2 shops downstairs, 2 rooms upstairs, and a few rooms behind. The asking price is 80 taels of silver. Buy it for me and turn it into a business. Other than the land, I still need to buy a few shops. I'll leave that to you. Morning, the sun had just risen, and shone on both sides of the river. There was a thin layer of mist on the surface of the river. There was a small market, and many fishing boats were doing business. A small fishing boat was anchored by the shore, and the captain of the boat was selling a saddle, a high-quality saddle cheap. A few people were watching the commotion, but none of them bought the saddle. It was said that a saddle had to be accompanied by a horse. In this small market, who would own a horse? At this point, someone squeezed through the crowd and took a look at the saddle. This person wasn't ferocious, and was dressed in a white robe. He took a closer look, and realized that the saddle was not bad. His face fell. This is it. As soon as he said this, 2 men dressed in black stood up. Don't just watch the commotion. Go. The crowd dispersed immediately. The fisherman saw that it was the men from the river, and smiled apologetically. Before he could say anything, the 2 men in black pounced on him and dragged him onto the cart. They even took the saddle with them. One of the students was shocked. Who are these people? How can they be so daring, and dare to kidnap people in broad daylight? Someone beside him replied, These are the men from the river, the overlords of the river. We don't dare to interfere in such matters. As soon as he finished speaking, he sighed. Zhang Manchun's saddle was placed in front of Zhang Jieyu. Zhang Jieyu looked at it for some time before asking, This is the saddle? Young master, it is indeed. The men from the river saw this fisherman selling a saddle at the pier, and felt that something was amiss. They brought it back to the Li mansion, and confirmed that it was indeed the saddle of the horse that Li mansion had lost. Someone replied, That's why they took a day to deliver it to young master. But there's no mistake about it. The fisherman didn't know any better, and knelt down in front of Zhang Jieyu, begging for mercy. Young master, I'm really not a horse thief. A few days ago, I came out to fish and cast my net. Just as I cast my net, I saw someone riding a horse to the riverbank. I thought which young master would wake up so early, and in the end, I killed him and threw him into the river. At that point, I was terrified and didn't dare to make a sound. When I saw the man walking away, and the horse flowing down the river, I felt that it was a pity. Greedily, I fished it up and ate its meat. I then brought the saddle out to sell. The fisherman kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Tell me, did you see the face of the horse thief? Zhang Jieyu asked through gritted teeth. The fisherman knelt on the ground and thought for a moment before saying, I saw him. However, he was far away and I could only see 70 to 80% clearly. If I see him again, I should be able to recognize him. Zhang Jieyu waved his hand and someone brought over a few portraits. The fisherman took a closer look and took one out. When Zhang Jieyu saw it, he laughed coldly and asked, "Are you sure it's him?" The fisherman hesitated for a moment and said with certainty, "It's this person. I only remember his face, but I remember his eyes. They were very scary." Zhang Jieyu was enraged. He, sneaking back to the boat at night, killing people and stealing horses, rushing back to the prefecture at night, falling into the river. How decisive, how murderous! Pei Ziyun, it really is you. My suspicions were not wrong. He then called out, "Get my fellow brothers to follow me. Also, get the people on the waterways to come out. Also, get the rest of the Black Wind bandits to come out. Gather them together and we shall settle the score." At this point, the Taoist from the monastery hesitated. "Young master, this person is a high scholar and a top scorer. How can we act rashly? We might offend the imperial qi." Zhang Jieyu gritted his teeth and grunted. He then looked at the Taoist and said plainly, "Li Wenjing had his own misgivings. In the end, he died a violent death. He was killed by this person's sword. I know that as a Taoist, you know how strong the heavens and the imperial qi are. That's why you have such misgivings. But as a Taoist, we fight against the heavens. Killing this top scorer, as long as he's dead, even if there's a backlash, how much damage can there be? If we allow this person to grow stronger, who knows when he'll be in big trouble." Zhang Jieyu shook his head and sighed as he spoke. But the Taoist wasn't convinced yet. Mortals were born with limited knowledge and experience. Naturally, they weren't afraid. It was just like how those who fought in the front lines were all young people, who would be 30 years old and still be hot-blooded. But once they saw the world and saw power, they would naturally be filled with fear. It was just like how those in the government were more afraid of the government than the commoners. Forget it. I don't need any Taoist. I'll use the people from the secular world. Is that all right? Although Zhang Jieyu was addressed as young master, it didn't mean that the Taoist was his slave. He waved his hands as he spoke. With himself and a group of people, killing a person without Tao arts wasn't difficult at all. Hearing these words, the Taoist agreed, "I'll gather them now." Zhang Jieyu then revealed a smile as he pulled out his sword and slashed at the fisherman. A piu sound was heard as the sword pierced through the fisherman's body. The fisherman let out a scream before he died. Chapter 54. Slow River County. Ever since the establishment of the dynasty, peace had been restored to the land. The officials had also started to build roads and canals. This official road was one of the achievements of the county magistrate. On both sides of the official road were large fields of wheat. The winter wheat had already been planted and had even sprouted. From afar, one could see groups of farmers working on the fields. Bring honor to our ancestors, and return to our hometown in glory. Not long after noon, an ox cart appeared on the road. The ox cart driver was leading the way. His face was full of smiles. To be able to carry the newly promoted master top scorer was something to be proud of. Chen Yuan sat beside the ox cart driver and replied to Pei Ziyun. As they neared the village, Chen Yuan hurriedly called for the ox cart driver to stop the ox cart. He then opened the curtains and pointed to the fields outside. "Young master, all the fields outside belong to you. Although it's not a whole field, it adds up to 50 mu. You can rent it out to different people." Pei Ziyun listened to Chen Yuan and alighted from the ox cart. He then looked at the fields on both sides of the official road. There were 2 seasons of wheat and rice. The first season of rice was harvested in September, and it was already October. Many farmers were busy working in the fields. The water in the fields had long been drained, and had been left to dry for half a month. These farmers were now hoeing the fields and planting the winter wheat. "Young master, we bought the fields a little late, but we can still replant them. There's also some rape that we can plant. One of the farmers started hoeing the fields and started hoeing large chunks of soil. The farmer had already hoed half of the field. Seeing Chen Yuan, the farmers started to greet him. These fields were bought by Chen Yuan, and it was said that he had connections with the Pei family. In the hearts of these farmers, the Pei family was not ordinary. Their ancestors were officials in the previous dynasty. In this dynasty, they became elementary scholars and then high scholars. They were not ordinary people. Some of the farmers started to greet them. Chen Yuan hurriedly said, "All of you, come and pay your respects to Master Pei. Master Pei has just returned from the capital city, and will not stay in the fields for long." Hearing this, the farmers who were greeting him were startled. They stole a glance at the young man in front of them. He was 17 or 18 years old, and had a dignified air about him. He was the high scholar, Master Pei. He was shocked and hurriedly called for the farmers who were busy to come over. Pei Ziyun was just about to stop them when he thought about it. In this world, there were many things that he could not change. He could only go along with them. If he did not allow them to pay their respects, who knew if they would have other intentions? "Greetings, Master." Before long, the tenant farmers had gathered around Pei Ziyun and paid their respects to him. Pei Ziyun swept his gaze across them and saw that they were all honest people. There were about 20 of them, and they all accepted his greetings. Chen Yuan looked on and was very envious. He then said, "The tenant farmers are connected to the wasteland, but there's no time to cultivate the wasteland. We can only cultivate it now. We'll use a water wheel to guide the water and dig a small canal. We'll plant rice next year." Chen Yuan pointed and saw that there were people working along the river. It was a water wheel being built. He was surprised. "You've already built it so quickly?" "Young master, the imperial court wanted to promote the water wheel, but it was expensive. It cost hundreds of taels of silver, and not many families could afford it. That's why we had some in stock, and as soon as we heard about it, we shipped it over the same day." Pei Ziyun took a closer look. This water wheel was 15 meters tall, and its axles were supported by wooden spokes. At the top of each spoke was a scraper and a water bucket. As the river flowed, the wooden spokes rotated slowly, filling the bucket with water. The bucket was then lifted up, and the water was then poured into the canal, into the field. There were even temporary workers digging the canal. "How much can this water wheel irrigate?" "Young master, there are 3 types of water wheels. The large one can irrigate 600 to 700 mu of land. The small one can irrigate 100 to 200 mu of land. This is the medium one, and can irrigate 400 to 500 mu of land." "You're really efficient." At this point, Pei Ziyun could not help but admire Chen Yuan's capabilities. Actually, it was understandable. In this world where officials were the rulers, although the Su dynasty did not despise merchants, for a mere hawker to be able to become a rich man in 10 years, one could imagine the difficulty of such a feat. He must have had some capabilities. It was a pity that he did not see the bigger picture, and ended up in jail in his previous life. His 10 years of hard work had gone to waste. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard the sound of firecrackers being set off. He looked up and saw the village chief and other villagers all walking up to him. He then saw a dark-skinned man in front of him. It was the chief patrol officer. "I don't dare. How would I dare to receive your excellency?" Everyone else was kowtowing and bowing. Pei Ziyun was a top scorer, and had no choice but to accept it. However, this person was surprised. "How would I dare to address you as your excellency?" The chief patrol officer, who was originally cold and stern, had a face full of smiles. This chief patrol officer had heard that Pei Ziyun had become a high scholar, and had brought his men to patrol Snail Village. This was a good opportunity for them to establish a good relationship. This was the start of a new dynasty, and Pei Ziyun was still young. As long as he was willing to study hard, he might even become a grand scholar. If he didn't become a grand scholar, the top scorer could still be promoted to a lower ninth rank official. Although they were of the same rank, he could at least become a county magistrate. If he could be promoted to a lower ninth rank official, that would already be the limit. At this point, they exchanged pleasantries. One was an official, and the other was a top scorer. They smiled at each other. Behind them was Chao San, who had already been promoted a rank, and was considered a military official. However, he didn't dare to raise his head. He then kowtowed, "Greetings to Master Top Scorer. We're all fellow villagers, please rise." Pei Zi-yun helped the village chief up. "Old Master, the construction of the ancestral hall has been completed. Please light the incense and open it." The third uncle told him that during the war years, the Pei family's ancestral hall had been destroyed. Hence, the few of them had no choice but to move here. The people who had left their village were poor. Fortunately, Pei Zi-yun was such a talented person. Now that he had become a high scholar, he could rebuild the ancestral hall. At this point, many of the Pei family members were crying. "This is a big matter. Master Top Scorer, please go ahead." The chief patrol officer was very understanding. Everyone crowded around Pei Zi-yun as they walked towards the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall wasn't far from Snail Village. The Black Wind Bandits had already been wiped out. Hence, it wasn't a big deal to build it outside the village. They had invited a feng shui master to come and inspect the ancestral hall. He had chosen the location of the ancestral hall and decided on the exact location. As they neared the ancestral hall, they noticed that it had already been completed. The exterior walls were painted white, and there were tiles on the walls. There were 2 small stone lions in front of the door. Pei Zi-yun was an elementary scholar, but he was a high scholar now. The village chief of Snail Village looked at it enviously. As they neared, they noticed that the main door was made of stone. Stone carvings were expensive, and required a lot of time and effort. However, Pei Zi-yun had left behind a sum of money before he left. There were 2 large red doors, and on top of the doors was a plaque that read, "Pei Family Ancestral Hall." The chief patrol officer and the village chief escorted them to the entrance of the ancestral hall, but didn't enter. Instead, they sat down at a table. This was an internal affair of the Pei family, and outsiders shouldn't interfere. "Mother," Pei Qian sure instructed the servants to set up a table in front of the main door. At this point, Pei Zi-yun stepped forward and knelt down. "My son has returned. My son has returned and brought the top scorer with him." Pei Qian sure rubbed her eyes and said, "Send your father into the ancestral hall." Yes. Pei Zi-yun received his father's ancestral tablet and waved his hands. The sound of firecrackers could be heard as the doors of the ancestral hall opened. Besides Pei Zi-yun, everyone else had their own ancestral tablet. "Send them into the ancestral hall," someone shouted. The Pei family members followed Pei Zi-yun into the ancestral hall. The tablet for the Lord of the Temple was for Pei Zi-yun's father, and the other tablets were placed aside. "Light the incense." Pei Zi-yun took the incense and placed it into the incense burner. Third kowtow. The entire clan bowed in unison, as the smoke from the incense rose into the air, adding a sense of mystery to the entire hall. Soon after, the third uncle recited the sacrificial rites, informing the ancestors that Pei Zi-yun had become a high scholar. Pei Zi-yun looked at the ancestral hall, and noticed that there were some changes. The plum blossom was vibrating slightly, but had disappeared. Pei Zi-yun then thought to himself, "Based on the original owner's memories and knowledge, I can rebuild the ancestral hall and offer sacrifices to the ancestors." The original Pei family's ancestral hall had been damaged during the war. Now that I'm rebuilding it, should I rebuild it on the same spot, or move it to a new location? As he thought about it, he laughed. After the sacrificial rites were completed, the third uncle said, "The family school has been built." As he said this, he led the way. The ancestral hall was separated from the surrounding school, and the doors were usually shut tight. When they got closer to the school, they could see that it was a classroom. The teacher that they had invited looked to be a 50-year-old student. He was getting on in years, and had no hopes of becoming a high scholar. He was teaching his students in a room. When he heard the firecrackers outside, he felt a sense of melancholy. A few of the Pei family's children were shaking their heads as they read, but they couldn't help but look outside. When the old man saw them, he didn't hit them with a ruler like he usually did. He only used the ruler to threaten them when they crossed the line. Usually, the old student would use a ruler to punish them. At this point, the children had been taught a lesson. They sat down obediently and pretended to recite. At this point, a group of people walked over. The old student stood up in shock. "Greetings, Master Top Scorer." Pei Ziyun hurriedly helped him up and looked around before saying, "The family school has just been built, and the conditions are simple and crude. I apologize for troubling teacher. Here is a gift of 5 taels of silver. Teacher, please accept it and learn a thing or two from it." This 5 taels of silver was shiny and shiny. The old student hurriedly rejected it. "I've already accepted the school fees, how can I accept more?" Pei Ziyun then said, "Since you are the teacher of the family school, you will be able to learn from me in the future. This is a matter of course. If you accept it like this, you are treating me like an outsider." After a while, the old student finally accepted the silver and bowed in thanks. He was feeling complicated, happy and sad at the same time. He had worked hard all his life, and yet he couldn't even become an elementary scholar. This young man had become a top scorer at the age of 15. How could the difference between them be so huge? Outside the ancestral hall, the chief patrol officer and the village chief were having a conversation. The chief patrol officer sighed. This Pei family indeed has the protection of their ancestors. From the previous dynasty until today, they have met with a calamity, and their family has fallen into disgrace. Who would have thought that with this master top scorer, they would be able to return home in glory? As the chief patrol officer, I am envious of them. The chief patrol officer then added, "That's right. This Pei family is really lucky to have produced a top scorer. If one day my snail village's Zhang family can produce a high scholar as well, that would bring glory to our ancestors." When the chief patrol officer heard this, he thought to himself, "You're just a poor villager, what kind of high scholar can you produce? This Pei family has been a family of scholars for generations." The village chief sighed to himself. At that time, he had no intention of offering high scholar Pei's childhood sweetheart to the Pei family. How would things have turned out like this? Pei Ziyun was just an elementary scholar, and didn't think much of it. Now that he had become a high scholar, there were many things that he couldn't take care of. Chapter 55. After visiting the school, Pei Ziyun then entered the side hall of the ancestral hall and flipped through a book on the Pei clan record. The Pei clan's genealogy was very thin. The first page recorded the history of the Pei clan, dating back 400 years. The second page recorded his grandfather's generation, and the third page recorded his father's generation, as well as the current generation of men. Pei Ziyun looked at it for a long time before putting it down. Third uncle then said, "It's about time. Let's return to the village. The shed and stage have been built. Let's enjoy the show." "All right." Pei Ziyun nodded his head and walked out. When he walked out, he saw Pei Qianshi. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she was burning some paper in a brazier. Today was the opening of the ancestral hall, and according to the rules, women were not allowed to enter. However, they were allowed to enter during normal times. Pei Qianshi was standing at the entrance, burning paper money and crying as she spoke. "Mother, look." Pei Qianshi received the high scholar's document and saw the seal of the prefecture. Her hands trembled as she thought of her own husband. Before his memorial tablet was placed in the ancestral hall, it had been kept in secret at home. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. She then cried out, husband, when you were still alive, you said that you hoped that Pei Er would become a high scholar and bring honor to our ancestors. Now that Pei Er has become a high scholar, I have waited for more than 10 years, and finally this day has come. Pei Qianshi's eyes turned red as tears rolled down his cheeks. Pei Qianshi choked on her sobs for a moment before she stopped crying. She then looked relieved and stood up. Husband, I've finally done you justice. I've done justice to the Pei family. The moment Pei Qianshi stood up, Pei Ziyun could feel his plum blossom vibrating. He guessed that the task of becoming a high scholar had been completed. He then said, I shall place this document on the table and show it to the ancestors. This was to be expected, and no one felt anything strange about it. They watched as Pei Ziyun walked in. Speaking of which, it was strange. This ancestral hall had just been built, and when he first walked in, he didn't feel anything. But now, he felt something different. It was cold and gloomy, as well as spacious and gloomy. A fragrant aroma filled the air. System. A small white plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes. It quickly grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. A line of red words appeared. Pass the high scholar exam and fulfill your family's wish. Completed. Can be extracted. Withdraw. A white flower petal appeared between his eyebrows, and a moment later, a red but transparent flower petal appeared beside it. Specks of spiritual light resembled starlight. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun sucked in a deep breath. I've obtained half of the second petal. I can absorb the Tao aura now. It's a pity that this legacy is even rarer than thinking. This isn't something that everyone has entrusted themselves to. It's something that a person has worked hard for more than 10 years before finally condensing. This is simply sincerity. With sincerity, the metal and stone will have a spirit. This is what sustenance is. It's already not bad if 1 out of 100 is sincere in literature and the Tao. But the rogue cultivator from the Black Wind Bandits last time didn't even have a cultivation technique worth laughing at. But he kept his sincerity in his heart and in his actions. That's why it became a burden. Pei Ziyun stood in the middle of the ancestral hall and shook his head. Now, it's all mine. The original owner had suffered many trials and tribulations. He was afraid that if he gave me the plum blossom, I wouldn't fulfill his wishes. So he set a limit in this life. If I couldn't fulfill his wishes, he wouldn't give me the authority. This really gave me a headache. But that's true. If the original owner didn't set up the restrictions, I would have found a loophole and entered the immortal sect. Why would I have to bear all the responsibilities, killing day and night and people coming to harm me? After sighing for some time, Pei Ziyun regained his senses. The plum blossom between his brows disappeared. He placed the scroll on the table and bowed before turning around to leave. The memorial tablet was a temporary place for the soul to reside in. Placing it in the ancestral hall was akin to placing it in a mansion. Placing it in a house would make one feel uneasy. Hence, the ancestral hall was a place of energy, and one could not stay in it for long. The memorial tablet glowed brightly, and a shadow of a person appeared on it. It looked like it was made out of smoke, and its body was covered with black qi. If it wasn't for the talisman, it would have turned to ash long ago. When the High Scholar's scroll was placed on top of the tablet, it started to emit a white light with a tinge of red. The black qi was reduced by several degrees, and a thin layer of light enveloped the tablet, preventing the black qi from corroding it. The shadow on the memorial tablet looked similar to Pei Ziyun. As it watched Pei Ziyun leave, it called out softly, "Mother Ping Yun." There was a talisman attached to the memorial tablet. As the talisman appeared, it started to burn and turn into ashes. The shadow of the middle-aged man also turned into ashes along with the talisman, and disappeared into the tablet. At the same time, a middle-aged Taoist was meditating in a Taoist temple. He sighed, "Brother Yuan Shen, your bad karma has been resolved. This is a cause for celebration." When Pei Ziyun stepped out of his house, He heard the sound of firecrackers being set off. He then headed back to the village together. The last time he became an elementary scholar, it was already very lively. This time, the scale of the hut was even bigger. Fish, chicken, meat, meatballs, and the aroma of meat permeated the air. When Pei Zi-yun reached the entrance of his house, he saw an empty field. In front of the field there was a table set up. This was where the nearby elementary scholars were seated. Pei Zi-yun smiled and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. He then turned to the chief patrol officer. "Your Excellency, please take a seat." "Master Top Scorer, please." After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seat. Behind them, there were no more hut. Chao San, who had followed the chief patrol officer, led a group of archers to the table. There were also some landlords, students and doctors. A stage was set up in the middle of the hall. Seeing that the guests had taken their seats, the chief patrol officer shouted, "Let the show begin." Pei Zi-yun couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that everyone had taken their seats and the show was about to begin, the dishes were served. Pei Zi-yun toasted each and every one of them. Even though he was the chief patrol officer, he was still a martial artist. Initially, he was seated high up in the hall, enjoying the scenery and chatting. He talked about things like today's laws and taxes are equal and the people are peaceful. Then he talked about our county's goods are becoming more and more plentiful. After a few cups of wine, he was intoxicated and could only stare at the stage. Towards the end, they started to play finger-guessing games and guessing the riddles. Everyone's faces were flushed red. The banquet lasted from dusk until night fell. At night, Pei Qian-shur was a little talkative as she pulled Pei Zi-yun aside to talk about many things. Most of them were about Pei Zi-yun's father. Only when it was late did she finally go to sleep. Pei Zi-yun wasn't annoyed at all. He patrolled around and saw that the chief patrol officer was snoring in his room. Chao San and the other archers were in the same room. There was a blanket on the floor and he was snoring as well. This chief patrol officer is really capable. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Many people thought that martial artists were straightforward. However, this impression was wrong. Didn't you notice that the chief patrol officer's attitude towards Pei Zi-yun had changed so many times? However, this was human nature. If Pei Zi-yun were to become a grand scholar, there was no need for him to be friends with the chief patrol officer. However, if he were to enter an immortal sect, he would only be a grand scholar. That would be a fitting role for him. On one hand, he would be a law enforcer in the county. On the other hand, he would be a famous top scorer. Thinking about this, Pei Zi-yun turned around. Although he could spend more time thinking about this, it wasn't the most important thing right now. What he needed to do now was to absorb the spiritual host, form his spiritual roots, and complete his Tao arts. He then entered his room. At this point, although the house was a little narrow, Pei Zi-yun already had the intention of demolishing it and building a new one. However, the interior of the bedroom was very elegant. The walls were lined with mulberry paper, the bed was in the middle, the screen was in the middle, and the bookshelf was by the window. Pei Zi-yun ran towards the bookshelf and took out a book. He placed the old book under his pillow and lay down. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. There was no one in front of him. Voices came from afar. Standing in the middle of the crowd and looking ahead, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. People were crowding around, shouting, "The bridal sedan is here, the bride is here." The sound of trumpets, gongs, and drums rang out continuously. The wedding procession was getting closer and closer. It was a sea of red that stung people's eyes. On the street, they saw the groom. The groom rode on a white horse with a big red flower tied to his chest. He smiled and cupped his hands to his left and right. Behind him was a bridal sedan chair. He seemed to want to move forward, but he could not move a single step. "Wen-yang," it sounded like someone was shouting. It was so weak that even he could not hear it. However, The bridal sedan chair seemed to move slightly, revealing a corner of the sedan chair. When he looked up, he saw a pair of eyes filled with tears. In a split second they saw each other. In another split second, someone bumped into the sedan chair, pushing it to the side. When he looked up again, the bridal sedan chair had already passed by. The crowd dispersed in twos and threes, taking a deep breath. The sky had turned dark and the wind was getting stronger. "Don't you regret it? This is the lady you love the most." He hurriedly left. For the sake of cultivation, how could he look back? His tears mixed with his footsteps. After some time, he could hear voices from afar. He arrived at a house. It was quiet inside and nobody was inside. He pushed open the door and saw a person weaving. Her hair was white and her movements were laborious. "Mother!" The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and blood stained his face. He stretched out his hand to touch it and saw her white hair. He leaned closer and stretched out his hand. "Mother!" The night was raining. Just as she raised her head, everything was gone. "Ah!" Pei Yun flipped over and sat up. He realized that he had only slept for a short while. The newly lit candles were burning, and tears rolled down his cheeks. An indescribable feeling filled his chest, and his body trembled slightly. Indeed, he had a dream, just like the previous few times. He was a student who had hopes of becoming an elementary scholar. One day, he came across a Tao book. This Tao book ignited the flames of his desire to become an immortal. He did not care about his old mother, and did not see the tears of his beloved. He focused on cultivation, and struggled to become an immortal. In the blink of an eye, everything had left him. As time passed, he decided to go against the flow. His sick mother passed away, and he lost her. He threw himself into the path of cultivation, even if he was a thief, even if he practiced evil technique. In the blink of an eye, tens of years had passed. However, the breakthrough was like a dream. When he died, he felt a deep sense of hopelessness. Do you regret it? Yes, he regretted it. All he wanted was to return to the past. He burned the Tao books, read the books, and made his mother laugh. He wanted to marry the lady he loved, and never walk the path of cultivation again. When he awoke from his dream, Pei Yun touched his face and felt his own tears. A sense of hopelessness lingered in his heart, and could not be shaken off. This was his unwillingness to die. After calming himself down, this feeling slowly dissipated. Although it was still midnight, there were crickets chirping outside. He pushed open the window, and saw a bright moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight shone in, and Pei Yun pointed at a tree. The tree moved without any wind. He already had spiritual roots. Chapter 56. In the dark of the night, a black snake approached. Upon closer inspection, it was a group of 20 to 30 men dressed in black. When they were about 100 steps away from Snail Village, the group stopped. Under the moonlight, one of the men stood in the shadows of the trees, looking extremely scary. He spoke in a hoarse voice, "Brothers, we have work to do tonight. Our biggest enemy, Tai Tai 2, is hiding in Snail Village. Tonight, we have to get rid of him." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire group became restless. A bald monk with a dark red face and a body that looked like it was made of steel was thinking to himself, "What bullsh T Tai 2. We're obviously here to kill the new top scorer, yet we don't dare to say it out loud." Of course they didn't dare to say it out loud. Although the people at the helm were fugitives, they still had families and children to take care of. They wouldn't dare to go against the authorities, especially since the dynasty had just been established. Yang Kuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. He shouldn't have gotten on board, but he had no other choice. He pretended to be calm and held his hands out in front of him. He was the leader and had some authority. The group quietened down once again. Tai Tai 2 has killed 6 of our brothers, and we have to take revenge. There are many villagers in this village, But our target isn't them. They wouldn't dare to fight us to the death. Let's find our target and kill all of Tai 2's people, then retreat. As long as we have the guts to kill, we will win this battle. When we return, everyone will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. This is the money for following me for a night of hard work. If we return victorious, everyone will be rewarded with 20 taels of silver. Those who are meritorious will be promoted. There are 2 more positions open for you to take. Oh yes, remember, we're using the name of the Black Wind Bandits. This is the revenge of those who were ambushed and killed. Understand? He understood. Within moments, the group of fugitives were filled with killing intent. Yang Kun glanced at Zhang Jieyu and saw him nod his head. He then shouted, "Go!" Someone then crept forward. Snail Village, Mudwalla villager was sitting on top of the mud wall, bored out of his mind. The Black Wind Bandits had been exterminated, and there were officials patrolling the area. This villager was extremely dissatisfied with the arrangements of the village. He yawned and thought to himself, "You're all eating and drinking inside, and I'm supposed to patrol the night." He closed his eyes and fell asleep. The villager had just rolled over when he heard a buzzing sound. He cursed, "This is a mosquito. How dare it come out to bite people in autumn? If I had known, I would have harvested more mugwort." Just as he was grumbling, he raised his head and saw a group of black-clothed men sneaking in under the moonlight. In an instant, he was horrified and wanted to stand up and strike the gong. Zhang Jieyu saw that the villager had woken up. He waved his hand and a monk appeared behind the villager. It was the big brother of Silver Dragon Temple. He laughed evilly and twisted his head. With a "pah" sound, the villager's neck was twisted and his body struggled for a while. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose as he fell onto the observation deck. His body twitched and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. His hand was still moving as if he wanted to hit the gong, but he was stepped on by a foot and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. "It's done," the monk said softly. "Quick!" Some of the black-robed men snuck in and pounced towards a certain direction. Pei Mansion under the moonlight, a man was practicing his fists. His movements were agile and strong, his waist and thighs were one. His movements were like a bow being pulled to its maximum, and the wind generated by his fists could be heard. Although he did not have spiritual roots and was unable to produce any inner chi, he had trained his limbs and waist to be strong and flexible. But after a few minutes, there was a change in his stance. The sound of blood flowing could be heard as the movements of the 100 Beasts illustration started to merge with each other. There was no limit to it. The flow of blood was neither fast nor slow, but it was continuous, wave after wave. Unknowingly it stopped. Pei Ziyun didn't stop because he had finished his moves, but because he had used up all of his qi and blood. Only then did he slow down. After he stopped, Pei Ziyun realized that he couldn't even stand properly. His entire body was covered in sweat. His face, neck, chest, back and legs were all covered in sweat. His clothes were all wet, as if he had just come out from a pool of water. But after a few breaths, Pei Ziyun could feel the energy within his body. The energy swirled around him continuously, and he felt extremely refreshed. Blood flows like a tide, bones become soft and tendons become soft. Pei Ziyun had found this from the original owner's memories. It could be said that to be able to cultivate to this level, it was only a matter of time before he reached the stage of strengthening his inner body. There's a theory about blood flows. If it flows smoothly, it won't hurt. If it hurts, it won't flow. I was very tired just now, but now I can feel the energy flowing through my body. Even my vision and hearing have become clearer, and my body feels lighter. Blood flows through my body like a tide, and strengthens my internal organs. Pei Ziyun was still in shock. I originally did not have spiritual roots, and was stuck at the second level. However, I had been building up my foundation. Now that I have spiritual roots, I can immediately skip the third or fourth level and reach the stage of strengthening my inner body. With the experience from my previous life, the results are completely different. The original owner did not lie to me about this. You have to know, even a normal Taoist would need at least 5 years to completely pass this stage. Now that I've mastered it, all I need to do is eat some essence and drink some nourishment. I should be able to complete my inner body in about a year and a half. In this life, he had embarked on the path of cultivation 5 years earlier than he had in his previous life. Furthermore, he had the plum blossom in his hands. Pei Ziyun was overjoyed. He thought about the martial arts experts he had seen on television in his previous life. With a leap, he leaped onto a tree beside his house, causing the chickens in the chicken coop to squawk loudly. Pei Ziyun leaped onto a tree branch and was finally satisfied. He leaned against the tree trunk and rested. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, he heard a dog outside the wall. It only barked a few times before it whimpered and stopped. Pei Ziyun stood on top of the tree and looked down. On the way from the village entrance to his house, there was a black-robed man approaching. Pei Ziyun's smile froze on his face as he thought, "Not good, there's a bandit attack." Just as he was thinking about this, a small white plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface. It glowed with an urgent red light. Pei Ziyun looked at it and saw a line of red words: "Counterattack the bandits, enter Free Cloud Sect." Pei Ziyun looked at it and cursed, "Damn it, you're such a stupid system. You only warn me when I see them. Why do I need you to warn me when I see them?" Pei Ziyun turned around and slid down the tree before running to a side room. He then kicked an archer who was lying on the bed. "Get up, get up!" The archer was kicked and got up. He was enraged and paused. "Master top scorer? There's a bandit, get up!" As he spoke, Chao San woke up as well. When he heard Pei Ziyun's whisper, he broke out in cold sweat. He stared at the archer and scolded, "Bastard, why aren't you getting up?" When the country was first established, most of the archers were retired soldiers. They were all awakened and armed themselves. Pei Ziyun was about to wake the chief patrol officer when he heard the sounds of weapons being fired. He then sat up abruptly. "Chao San, quick, something's happened." Pei Ziyun was secretly impressed. The chief patrol officer hurriedly put on his clothes. Although he was still slightly drunk and reeked of alcohol, his eyes were sharp and sharp. He then regained the demeanor of a soldier and climbed up the ladder silently. He then looked outside. "Master top scorer, it's the bandit. Hurry up and hide at the back. Leave the matter of killing the bandits to me." Being a high scholar was like a protective umbrella. If anything were to happen to Pei Ziyun, and the chief patrol officer was in Snail Village, it would be hard for him to avoid trouble. Hearing the chief patrol officer's words, Pei Ziyun retreated. The chief patrol officer took another look and saw that while he was speaking, a group of bandits were approaching. He then waved his hands and said, "Quick, Chao San, set up a defensive perimeter around the wall. There are over 30 bandits." "Yes." Immediately, the chief patrol officer moved a table and placed it behind the wall. The wall wasn't very high, and one could stand on the table and shoot at the bandit. Chao San climbed up the table and looked around. He broke out in a cold sweat and was sober from his drunken stupor. "Send someone. Once we start shooting, beat the drums and gongs to gather the militia to defend against the bandit." So many bandits had entered the village, and he himself was in the middle of the village. This was a huge disaster. The chief patrol officer was sweating profusely. Pei Ziyun looked at the chief patrol officer's command and took a step forward. "Chief patrol officer, Your Excellency, lean against the wall and order your men to shoot at them. I will bring an archer with me. Once we start shooting, sound the drums and summon the militia. I will command them." Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the chief patrol officer hesitated before saying, "Master top scorer, Why do you have to do this personally? This was a little risky. Although a high scholar wasn't an official, he was still a high scholar. If anything were to happen, he would be held responsible. Pei Ziyun unsheathed his long sword and chopped down on a tree branch. This thick branch was sliced cleanly into two. He then laughed. Chief Patrol Officer, I'm not a weak scholar. The moonlight shone brightly on the ground. The Chief Patrol Officer looked at the bandits who were charging at them. He then looked at his 9 subordinates and gritted his teeth. Since Master Top Scorer has the guts to do this, how can I fall behind? Let's do it. The Chief Patrol Officer's eyes were filled with determination. He thought about how Pei Ziyun had bribed him when he was still an elementary scholar. Pei Ziyun had brought a group of archers to destroy the Black Wind Bandit. Although the Chief Patrol Officer had been receiving guests quite a lot lately, and was rather chubby, he still took his long sword from the soldiers behind him. He drew his sword, which reflected the moonlight and emanated a murderous aura. At this point, several black-robed bandits were nearing. One of the bandits was the first to approach. The archer was just about to raise his bow and shoot when the Chief Patrol Officer raised his hand and stopped him. Wait for more people to arrive. Several more black-robed bandits were nearing the wall. The Chief Patrol Officer's face turned cold as he laughed and gave the order, shoot. The archers had long been prepared. They drew their bows and waited for the order to be given. They then shot at the bandit. Pu-piu-piu sounds could be heard. The 3 bandits in front fell to the ground. It was a concentrated attack from several people. Each of the black-robed bandits was hit by 2 or 3 arrows before they fell to the ground. They weren't dead yet and started crying out in pain. There's bandits, there's bandits. Seeing that the bandits had started attacking, the archers who had slipped out from the backyard started shouting and banging on the gong. Bang, bang, bang. The dogs in the village were alarmed and started barking. Following the commotion, some of the villagers started to light fires. Chickens were flying and dogs were jumping. Adults were screaming and children were crying. Shadows of people were everywhere. Who is it? What happened? The village chief was the leader of the bandits. Although he had drunk some wine, he slept very late. Since he was an old man, he woke up when he heard the commotion. Before he could take a good look, he saw a torch being lit. It was filled with oil and the sound of crackling could be heard. The village chief looked up and saw that Pei Ziyun was dressed in his high scholar robes. His face was ashen as he stood under the torch. He then said, "Village chief, the Black Wind bandits have entered the village." Chapter 57. The village chief shuddered as he realized what Master Top Scorer was talking about. At that moment, his heart started pounding, and his ears started to ring. He felt an emptiness in his heart, and his head started to spin. His legs turned to jelly as he sat down on the doorstep. Heavens! A gust of wind blew, and the village chief's entire body trembled. His voice was trembling as he asked, "Is this real? I'm not dreaming, right? Listen, the gongs have been struck." Pei Ziyun looked up and pointed to the pitch-black skies. Sounds of gongs and drums could be heard coming from Snail Village. Bandits! Bandits are here to fight. Zhang Erzi has been killed. Someone at the entrance of the village screamed. The village chief cried out in despair, "It's over, it's over, it's all over." The village chief was in despair, but the others weren't. At this point in the night, the gongs and drums could be heard, and the entire Snail Village was awoken. A man heard the gongs and drums and walked to the door. He used his ears to listen, and realized that there were bandits attacking the village. At this point, the woman on the bed woke up as well. She carried a 1-year-old boy in her arms, and the boy started to cry loudly. When the man heard the commotion outside, he turned around and picked up a spear. This spear was given to him by the government to train the villagers. The woman looked at her husband picking up the spear, and was about to leave, and her face turned pale. The man then said calmly, "Wife, I have to go. If not, when the bandits come in, you won't be able to escape. Just like the last time, hide in the cellar. Once everything is over, you can come out." The woman's fingernails dug into her palms, but she didn't stop him. Instead, she said, "Come back soon. The child and I will wait for you." She then turned to the child and said, "Tell father to come back soon." The 1-year-old child didn't understand such things, and started crying even louder. The man looked at the child and didn't say a word. He then picked up the spear and walked out. Although the village was in chaos, some people weren't afraid. In the past, the chief patrol officer had sent soldiers to train the villagers, and had given them spears. This was more than enough to deal with the bandit. After all, the Black Wind bandits were so vicious that they were surrounded. Hence, no bandits dared to attack Snail Village. With this in mind, the villagers gathered around, especially the young lads who were 17 or 18 years old. They rushed out with spears in their hands and asked, "Where is the thief?" In an instant, 7 or 8 people had already rushed over from the empty space in front of the village chief's room with their spears. Seeing the village chief's expression, they were all at a loss. "We can't let this old man lose his morale." When Pei Ziyun saw this, he understood what was going on. His heart was filled with anger and hatred towards the village chief, who was usually so mighty, but at critical moments was a cowardly coward. If this was a war, he would have killed the village chief. He then thought of something and shouted, "Village chief, there are bandits in the village. You are the village chief. Hurry up and inform the villagers. If they are brave villagers, hurry up and gather with me. If you want to protect your family, you have to follow me. Zhang Dashan, where are you? Also, get the old and the weak to hide behind you. If you can't hide in time, do not leave the house. If you are caught in a fight with the bandits, you will be in deep trouble." Under the light of the torch, Pei Ziyun was dressed in the robes of a high scholar. He shouted a few times, and with a pillar of support, the surrounding villagers gradually calmed down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him as he shouted, "The Black Wind bandits are extremely vicious, and are wanted by the authorities. Don't even think of escaping. These bandits are here for Snail Village, and if they break into the village, we will all die, including our parents and children. If you want to protect your family, you have to follow me. Zhang Dashan, where are you?" "I'm here." Zhang Dashan rushed forward with his spear in hand. "You are the leader of the villagers. Hurry up and form a formation. Don't panic and follow the instructions given in training." "Yes," Zhang Dashan replied. The few villagers around him also obeyed his orders in times of crisis. Seeing this, the village chief's expression changed. He knew that he had been too cowardly just now, and his authority had been undermined. However, Pei Ziyun's words were right. There was no way to escape, and they could only fight. After being the village chief for so many years, he was able to make up his mind. He hurriedly gathered the militia, and arranged for the elderly, women and children to pack up and hide. "All the men in the village, gather here. If you have the strength, pick up your weapons. Bang, bang, bang. Women, children, old and young, hide yourselves. Don't hide, don't go out. Pay household, wall, ah." A man dressed in black wanted to jump onto the wall, but his body trembled, and he rolled down. Zhang Jieyu saw this man climbing up the wall, and was about to order his men to follow him. When he saw this man fall from the wall onto the ground, he was shocked. "What? There's an ambush?" He turned around and slapped one of the men dressed in black, causing him to fall to the ground. Even his veil was blown away. He then pulled out his sword and glared at the man. "Zhang Peixing, is this how you gather information for me?" The man in black was so frightened that he trembled. "Young master, I've indeed gathered information. There are only a few village warriors in this village, and they rarely patrol the area." When Zhang Jieyu heard these words, he was enraged. He pulled out his sword, which gleamed brightly under the moonlight. He pointed it at the wall and shouted, "If that's the case, then why did my men get killed the moment they went up? You better rush up and take a good look. Report to me, or I'll kill you." This Zhang Peisheng was the son of Zhang Jieyu's family. He was talented, which was why Zhang Jieyu had brought him along. Zhang Peisheng was a dependable person, and was someone whom Zhang Jieyu wanted to nurture. He never thought that he would come out to ambush someone, and this happened. He had gathered the wrong information, and in the blink of an eye, 4 of his brothers had died. After all, this wasn't an army. It was impossible for them to suffer such heavy casualties, and still be able to charge into enemy lines. Zhang Jieyu then realized that he had made a mistake in ambushing them. At the very least, he should have brought twice as many men with him to ambush them. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be fired. At this point, seeing that the bandits no longer dared to climb up the wall, the chief patrol officer signaled for someone to light a torch. The entire area was brightly lit, and the chief patrol officer shouted, "You bandits, how dare you attack a village so openly? You have to know that the alarm has been raised. If you don't surrender now, it will be too late for regrets." However, as soon as the torch was lit, Zhang Jieyu could see that there were 8 or 9 soldiers on the opposite wall. One of the archers saw Zhang Peisheng peeking his head out to scout the area. He then raised his bow and shot an arrow. Zhang Peisheng was observing the situation when he heard a pew sound. He felt a sharp pain on his face as an arrow flew past his face. He stretched out his hand to touch it and realized it was covered in blood. Just as he was about to cry out, he saw Zhang Jieyu's cold eyes. He swallowed his words and his face was filled with joy. "Young master, it's not an ambush. There aren't many people inside. There are only a few archers. Seems like it was a coincidence. If it was an ambush, there wouldn't be so few people." Hearing that it wasn't an ambush, Zhang Jieyu's face turned slightly better. Yang Kuan's face was ashen. He was the sect leader. He then asked, "Young master, should we go in or not? We've already lost tonight. If we force our way in, the losses would be huge." Zhang Peisheng was anxious and shouted out, "Young master, we cannot retreat. The guards inside have already seen us. Especially since young master is not wearing a mask. If the guards were to investigate." When Zhang Jieyu heard these words, his face turned cold. This Pei Ziyun had lost tonight. So be it if they were prepared. But since he wasn't wearing a mask and was seen by the guards, that would be a huge disaster. However, seeing that there were only a few people inside, he grabbed a mask and gritted his teeth. He then pointed his sword in front of him and shouted, "Split into 2 groups and block the villagers from behind. The rest of you, break down the main door and force our way in." Seeing that Yang Kuan was hesitating, he laughed coldly. "Sect leader Yang, there are only 8 or 9 people inside. The reason why our brothers were injured or killed was because they weren't prepared for the arrows. Now that we know, everyone here is skilled in martial arts. Don't tell me we can't force our way in and kill them?" What he said made sense. If there were more than 10 archers, even the most skilled in martial arts would have to retreat. But if there were only a few of them, it wouldn't be a problem. Even if they managed to force their way in, their brothers would suffer heavy casualties. Out of these 20 to 30 brothers, besides the people from Silver Dragon Temple and the few Black Wind sect members, half of them were the elites of his Luo sect. If they were to die, how would he be able to maintain control of the situation on the river? Besides, killing a guard was equivalent to rebelling. The crime was too severe, and he hadn't been seen with his own face. Zhang Jieyu stood within the flames and saw Yang Kuan's gloomy face. His heart sank. Yang Kuan was the leader of a sect. How could he be a martyr and a cannon fodder? Seeing Yang Kuan's expression change, he turned resolute and said, "Young master, this matter." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Jieyu's eyes revealed a look of determination. He felt for a small copper seal in his sleeve. With a flick of his wrist, the copper seal landed in his hand. He then recited a spell that his sect had given him. His sect had warned him not to use this spell unless it was absolutely necessary. Now that he had this thought, his eyebrows twitched. Before he could use his true qi, he combined it with the copper seal. The copper seal opened up, and a red spell appeared, imprinting itself into his mind. Zhang Jieyu's body trembled as he was overjoyed. So you've given me this spell. Although it took a long time to say all this, it only took a moment. Just as Yang Kuan was about to reject him, his mind lit up. A man stood up, his body was covered in a red glow. He then spoke, "Yang Kuan, are you not going to obey?" "No." Yang Kuan was the leader of a sect after all. His face showed signs of struggle. "No, I am the leader of Luo's sect. I am not your puppet." The man in Yang Kuan's mind laughed coldly. "Years ago, you and your father were willing to protect my sect and signed a death pact with me. Now you want to go back on your word?" A bright red light flashed, and Yang Kuan groaned. His mouth, nose, and ears were bleeding. He paused for a moment before speaking in a wooden voice. "Brothers, some of you go to the back. The rest of you, follow me and kill." As he spoke, he took the lead and charged towards Yang Kuan. The men of Luo's sect saw their leader charging towards Yang Kuan and followed suit. What a pity, what a pity! Zhang Jieyu was not overjoyed, he was filled with regret. Nobody would be willing to become a puppet. After using this spell, Yang Kuan would either die in battle or become an idiot. If he survived, he would definitely suffer a backlash. Don't be fooled by the fact that Taoist sects have spells. However, if they were to face a martial artist, they would definitely suffer a huge blow. Hence, regardless of whether they won or lost, Yang Kuan had to die. And if he died, he would not be able to control Luo's sect as easily as he did before. This would be a huge loss. Thinking about this, Zhang Jieyu smiled. "Pei Ziyun, as long as I kill your entire family, I will pay the price." Chapter 58. Kill! Kill! Zhang Dashan screamed as he charged forward with his spear. The villagers behind him were red in the face as well. They waved their spears and charged forward as well. One of the warriors laughed and dodged to the side. He waved his sword and slashed down. There was a "piu" sound as one of the villagers was struck and screamed in pain. Almost at the same time, an order was given, "Stab." Listening to Zhang Dashan's command, a few of the village warriors followed his command and stabbed forward. No matter how fearsome the swordsman's swordsmanship or movements were, due to their habits from the last time they surrounded the Black-Wind bandits. Pu-piu. The sound of a spear piercing into flesh was terrifying. This warrior had been practicing martial arts for many years and was a well-known figure. Facing the spear, he managed to dodge a few, but 2 spears pierced into his body. He let out a heart-wrenching scream as he raised his sword to defend himself. Stab again. Several villagers stabbed him as well. The warrior could not take it anymore and died on the spot. His eyes were wide open in disbelief as he died. "Don't scatter, stab together, don't rush forward," Pei Ziyun ordered. At this point, the villagers and the black-robed men were engaged in a chaotic battle. Weapons clashed and screams of agony could be heard. As he passed by the martial artist, he tore off the veil covering his face. Under the light of the torch, he saw the corpse of a monk. There were even scars on the top of the corpse. The village chief who was following behind shouted out, "Why is there a monk here? I heard them talking about avenging the gang leader. Could it be that there's someone among the Black Wind sect who became a monk?" Kill. One of the villagers thought that killing the bandits was easy and rushed forward. "Don't stray from the formation." Before he could finish speaking, a black-robed man dodged the stab of the villager. With a flash of his sword, the villager cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. He had been slashed from the shoulder to the chest, and died instantly. At this point, a woman screamed as she ran out and hugged the villager. "My son, I told you not to come out, why did you come out?" Before she could finish speaking, the black-robed man slashed down with his sword, and the old woman's head flew into the air. Blood splattered all over the ground. "This is Zhang Wu. He learned some skills from the old hunter. I didn't expect him to kill him with a single slash." Someone took a closer look and sucked in a breath of cold air. "Don't scatter, stab together, don't rush forward," Pei Ziyun shouted out. "These idiots, you're just a bunch of village warriors without a proper formation. How can you fight against the martial artists? In the blink of an eye, you've killed them all." Zhang Dashan also shouted at the top of his lungs, "Don't scatter, line up and stab together." Although Pei Ziyun was a top scorer, he had only been a top scorer for a few days. Normally, he would give the villagers the impression that he was a weak and frail scholar. Naturally, he would not be able to give orders when the time came. But Zhang Dashan was one of their own, and he had some prestige. Furthermore, he was the leader of the village warriors. Now that he was shouting, the village warriors suddenly had a backbone. They stood in formation like they usually did during training. They raised their spears and shouted, "Kill, kill!" Another two martial artists didn't believe it. They were experts of the underworld, so why would they be afraid of these country bumpkins? They raised their blades and rushed over, only to be pierced by the spear. Pu piu. The sound of the spear piercing into flesh could be heard. These experts, who usually killed without batting an eyelid, faced these village warriors who had only trained for a month or so. Their bodies were pierced, and they lay on the ground with their hearts torn. Kill, kill, kill. After killing so many people, the village warriors' morale was greatly boosted. Although their faces were still pale, they were no longer afraid. Zhang Dashan followed this command. From afar, the sounds of fighting could be heard, as well as the sound of doors being slammed. Pei Ziyun knew that things were not looking good. It seemed like the enemies were here to stop them, while his own house was the main force of the enemy's attack. Using the darkness of the night, he dashed towards his own house. Boom! At this point, a loud sound could be heard. The Pei family's door was broken through, and the people guarding the door were sent flying. Outside, there were two monks who were hugging a tree trunk and banging on it. Another two men had dismantled a nearby house's door and used it as a shield to block the arrows. As soon as the door was broken through, they threw away the wooden planks in their hands, drew their blades and charged in. "Kill your way in, don't leave a single one alive." Zhang Jieyu had already put on his mask and led the black-robed men into the yard. The first person he saw was a fat middle-aged man. This man pointed at Zhang Jieyu and shouted, "Shoot! Pu piu!" Although the chief patrol officer had put on some weight, he was a military officer and had been on the battlefield for a long time. He could tell that Zhang Jieyu was the leader of the bandits and immediately gave the order. Hearing the order, the archers loosened their bows. 7 or 8 arrows flew towards Zhang Jieyu, who was caught off guard. In this moment of danger, Yang Kuan was protected by his Dao arts. Yang Kuan could not help but rush forward to block the arrows. He heard a series of piu-piu sounds as he was hit by 7 or 8 arrows. Not a single arrow missed its mark. Yang Kuan's entire body had turned into a porcupine. Zhang Jieyu felt a chill run down his spine. He did not advance but instead retreated. His eyes were cold as he charged forward. "Kill, kill, kill. They don't have time to shoot anymore. Kill them all and avenge our brothers from Black Wind sect. Kill, kill, kill. Avenge our sect leader." The black-robed men saw that their sect leader had died and were enraged. They charged forward. The archers did not have time to shoot another arrow. They drew their blades and started fighting. "Go to hell, bandits!" The chief patrol officer was not wearing his official robes. This was the first time he showed off his skills. With a single slash, he sliced through one of the black-robed men. Blood splattered all over the ground. He took another 2 steps forward, and another black-robed man screamed. The chief patrol officer could not help but laugh. He saw that this person's blade was shining brightly. This person was obviously at the 3rd level of the martial path. Zhang Jieyu could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Since when was there such an expert in the city? Seeing that this person was unstoppable, the soldiers behind him were filled with killing intent. Their faces were ashen as they stretched out their hands. Pooh! A ray of white light shot out from his sleeves, slamming into the man's blade. But that was not all. A piak sound could be heard as a bolt of lightning flashed past. This bolt of lightning was not strong, but the man was paralyzed, unable to move. These black-robed men were all bandit. Multiple blades landed on the chief patrol officer's body. He had a look of disbelief on his face as blood flowed from his wounds. He knelt down. Kill! Zhang Jieyu swung his blade, and a head flew into the air. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as blood flowed from his nose. He touched it with his hand and realized that it was red. Chao San saw that the chief patrol officer had been killed and shouted out in anger, "Thief, how dare you kill the chief patrol officer? You shall die a horrible death." Zhang Jieyu was shocked. What? This person is the chief patrol officer. Why would there be a chief patrol officer here in his robes? Furthermore, he was killed by me and suffered a backlash. Zhang Jieyu knew that he was in trouble. If even officials could be killed, how could the imperial court still exist? If he killed a few public servants, he could still suppress the backlash. But if he killed an official, he would suffer a backlash. However, at this point, he did not advance. Instead, he retreated and shouted, "Kill all these villagers." Only by killing everyone inside would he be able to deal with the backlash. An archer was slashed to death, as his intestines and blood flowed out onto the ground. Zhang Jieyu rushed forward and killed his way into the room. A woman screamed in fear. How could Zhang Jieyu tolerate this? With a flash of his blade, the woman was sliced in half, as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Thief, die! At this point, a ray of sword light pierced through the air. Zhang Jieyu blocked it, and both of them were startled. Pei Ziyun. Zhang Jieyu's eyes were bloodshot. Pei Ziyun was afraid as well. The one who had just died was his kitchen maid, and not his mother. At this point, he did not make a sound as he rushed forward, his sword light piercing through the air. Zhang Jieyu shouted out in anger as well as his blade flashed. Both of their swords clashed against each other, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. In the next moment, both of them fell to the ground. Zhang Jieyu's face was ashen as he moved his legs slowly. He laughed coldly. "I didn't expect your Free Cloud sect sword technique to be so powerful. You've even received the teachings of the sect. Free Cloud sect has hidden themselves well." At this point, he no longer thought of his opponent as a rogue cultivator. It was obvious that he had received the teachings of the Free Cloud sect sword technique. Although his strength was slightly weaker than his level of mastery was much higher than his own. Kill! The sounds of killing grew louder and louder. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a long spear piercing through the air. Another black-robed man screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. The rest of the black-robed men realized that the situation was dire. Their sect leader had died, and they retreated, wanting to escape. The situation is hopeless. Zhang Jieyu understood immediately as his heart trembled in fear. He retreated backwards, revealing the monk behind him. The monk shouted out in anger as he waved his blade. At this point, his mask had fallen off. "It's the senior brother from Silver Dragon Temple. If it was a day earlier, you and I would still be fighting like tigers and dragons. Today, I shall let you die." Pei Ziyun shouted out in anger as well. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Just by looking at him, it was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. At the same time, he leapt forward, his shadow disappearing as he closed in on the monk. Pooh! The monk let out a groan as the sword pierced through his chest. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Hee, Dao arts aren't meant to kill or injure. Although it's only for a moment, when combined with my martial arts, killing this monk is as easy as killing a dog. Although their martial arts are similar, it's not much different. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Just as he was about to rush out, a hand pulled him back. My son, hurry up and escape. Don't fight anymore. These bandits are extremely vicious. You almost died when you went up to them. As long as you're fine, our Pei family still has hope. Mother is old, it doesn't matter if I die. Mother, don't worry. I will kill these bandits and protect you. Hurry up and hide with the women and children. I will be back soon. Pei Ziyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that his mother didn't know any martial arts, and thought that he was at a disadvantage. Seeing a shadow in the distance, he dashed forward. My son! Pei Qianshi could almost see her own husband, Pei Yuanshen, saying the same thing to her. I shall be the registrar. The world is in trouble. If I don't do something, who am I waiting for? Tears rolled down her cheeks. In the courtyard, Chao San's eyes were bloodshot. The chief patrol officer had been killed in Snail Village, and he was responsible for patrolling the area. When the bandits broke into the village, he was not able to protect the village. That was also a crime. Many of his brothers had been killed along with him. At that moment, he dashed forward without a care for his own life. At this point, a voice could be heard shouting, "Bandits die!" Zhang Yun's father, the old hunter, raised his bow and shot an arrow. A scream of agony could be heard as one of the bandits fell to the ground. He then shot another arrow, and another man in black screamed in agony. Zhang Jieyu, who was running away, couldn't help but feel his eyes turn bloodshot. These were his own people, and he didn't want to die here. He then shouted, "Go to hell!" He then pointed his finger at the old hunter, and a white ray of light shot out towards the old hunter. The old hunter was hiding in the house and stood on the roof. He had killed 3 bandits with his bow. Just as he was about to laugh, a white ray of light shot towards him. Pa! A white ray of light appeared on the old hunter's body as well, deflecting most of the impact. However, after being hit by the white ray of light, he lost all his strength and fell from the roof. Zhang Jieyu let out a groan as his nose started to bleed again. A mere hunter's house had a defensive weapon, and was destroyed by his own weapon. Die! Pei Ziyun pounced on him as his sword flashed. Zhang Jieyu turned around and blocked the attack. Sparks flew everywhere. After exchanging a few blows, Zhang Jieyu felt a sharp pain in his chest. He then saw another villager pouncing on him. Zhang Jieyu did not hesitate any longer, as he turned around and dashed into the darkness, intending to escape. Chapter 59. No, young master, wait for me. Zhang Peixing saw Zhang Jieyu turn and run, and was terrified. He chased after him. Young master, wait for me. When the men in black heard this, they were shocked. What? Young master is running away? Just as he was stunned, Zhang Dashan shouted, "Stab!" A few villagers heard the command and stabbed forward. Pu Piu! Screams could be heard as 4 men in black were pierced through. Their spears were pulled out of their bodies, fresh blood dripping from their wounds. Kill them all! Zhang Dashan shouted, suddenly realizing what Pei Ziyun had said. Any tricks, feints, speed, strength, it's all to defeat the enemy. It's said that the world's #1 martial artist can strike 7 to 8 times in an instant. That's the limit of the human body. But you stab in formation, from all angles. Just 7 to 8 people is equivalent to a top expert attacking with all his might. Stab in formation, no matter how good the bandits are, how can they be compared to the world's #1 martial artist? It's just your military exploit. There was something that Pei Ziyun did not say. The world's #1 martial artist had to train for many years. If one died, there might not be another within 100 years. But stab in formation, with 1 or 2 months of training, even if 8 or 10 died, there would be hundreds or thousands of them. This was why martial artists could never achieve anything unless they underwent a qualitative change. Zhang Dashan understood. Zhang Jieyu looked back and gritted his teeth. This idiot can't do anything right. When I get back, I'll chop his head off. Although they were at a disadvantage, and were in a stalemate, now that a few of the men in black had been killed, the rest could not take it any longer and turned to flee. One of the slower ones shouted, "Senior brother, wait!" Before he could finish, the 3 villagers who were chasing him shouted and stabbed him with their spears. With a piu-piu sound, he was stabbed 3 times and died on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. Hearing the screams from behind him, Zhang Jieyu ran after him, his heart aching. These were all his treasures, and he hated Pei Ziyun even more. Seeing that Zhang Jieyu was running away without even looking back, Pei Ziyun followed suit and followed suit. Young master? It must be Zhang Jieyu. Although this person was masked, the way he addressed him was obvious. Furthermore, he had brought monks and people from the river to kill him. This was a holy jail sect disciple. It had to be Zhang Jieyu. Pei Ziyun had originally planned to deal with Zhang Jieyu slowly, but who would have thought that Zhang Jieyu would use the Black Wind Sect's banner to kill him tonight? Of course, Pei Ziyun was not a fool like Zhang Dashan, who thought that he was invincible just because he had a spear in his hand. With Marshal and Jieyu there, and Jia there. Jieyu there. These people, Jieyu. As soon as Pei Ziyun thought of this, his heart was filled with killing intent as he pounced forward. He didn't even care about the few black-robed men who were too slow to escape. Speaking of which, these 4 men were facing each other back to back. How idiotic! Zhang and the villagers. Zhang Jia, the Zhang Jieyu Jia, Zhang Jia, and the innocent. He. Kill all these people. Chao San saw that the bandits had killed the chief patrol officer, and was enraged. He regained his composure and knew that it was more important to keep the bandits alive. He blocked Zhang Jieyu and shouted, "Abandon your weapons and spare your lives! Abandon your weapons and spare your lives! Abandon your weapons and spare your lives!" The villagers raised their spears and stabbed at the bandit. One of the bandits pulled down his mask and knelt down, crying, "I surrender, I surrender." The remaining 3 bandits saw that their comrade had surrendered, and threw down their weapons as well. Zhang Jieyu's heart was filled with regret. He had lost Li Wenjing and lost an arm, and was unable to devise a strategy. Now that he had lost his strategy, he turned around and saw that Pei Ziyun had already caught up with him, and was charging forward. There was a horse in front of him. Zhang Jieyu leaped up and landed on the horse's back. He slashed the reins and shouted, "Jia, jia, jia!" No one knew where Zhang Peixing had caught up to him, but he was so frightened that he leaped up and shouted, "Young master, bring me along." The horse neighed and was unable to move. Zhang Jieyu was enraged and swung his blade. A piu sound was heard as the blade pierced through Zhang Peixing's chest and came out from the other side. He pulled it out and shouted, "Jia, jia!" With this obstruction, Pei Ziyun had already caught up to the horse. He laughed coldly and used his leg to kick the horse. The long knife that had fallen to the ground shot out and a ray of light flashed past, piercing through the horse's buttocks and into its innards. The horse neighed and leaped up before landing heavily on the ground. Zhang Jieyu was shocked. Not good. The horse landed on the ground and rolled a few times before stopping. His body was stained with blood and dirt, and he used his blade as a support to get up. Pei Ziyun approached with his sword and laughed. "I was wondering who it was. So it's Zhang Jieyu. Mr. Zhang, it's my honor to visit you so late at night." Zhang Jieyu touched his face and realized that the mask on his face had fallen to the ground. It must have fallen off when he was rolling on the ground. After dropping the mask, Zhang Jieyu no longer concealed himself. His body emitted a faint glow as he pointed a finger at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun felt as if the ground beneath his feet had turned into quicksand. Zhang Jieyu dashed forward, his blade flashed and a thunderous sound was heard. Chi! At this point, he felt a bright light in front of him, and his vision blurred. Zheng! Their shadows intertwined as their blades and swords clashed. Dao arts, Pei Ziyun, you indeed know Dao arts, and you're not a rogue cultivator. Those useless trash houses couldn't test you, and thought you were immortal. Damn it. Zhang Jieyu gritted his teeth in hatred. Pei Ziyun understood what Zhang Jieyu was talking about. Before the gates of heaven were opened, the power of Dao arts was not strong. But even though it was not strong, it was still very easy to suppress a martial arts expert. Think about it. Between two martial arts experts, life and death hanging by a thread. Suddenly, one of them became blind and could not see, or his leg sank and he could not pull it out, or his sword became lighter or heavier. Wouldn't both of them be killed instantly? It can be said that although Dao arts were small, they could kill people without a trace. However, rogue cultivators did not understand this principle, and only pursued strength. This was the difference between a rogue cultivator and a sect. When they exchanged blows just now, it was obvious that it was a technique that was passed down within the sect. Pei Ziyun naturally would not say that this was something the original owner had taught him in his previous life, and that he had only learned Dao arts tonight. He laughed coldly. Your quicksand technique is not bad. But Dao arts have their own advantages and disadvantages. Using martial arts to kill people, you can even kill the emperor. But using Dao arts to kill people, you will suffer a backlash. You killed the chief patrol officer and suffered a backlash. How many more times can you use it? My dear young Master Zhang, looks like I'm really lucky to be able to kill my enemy tonight. As he said this, Pei Ziyun wielded his sword and charged forward. Zhang Jieyu's face darkened and his heart turned cold. Not only was this person skilled in martial arts, he also knew Dao art. He even knew the secrets of Dao art. What a troublesome opponent! If he had known this would happen, he would have invited his fellow disciples to investigate this person, and then gathered 3 times as many people to surround and kill him. However, it was too late to say anything now. The only way to win was to go all out. Kill! Kill! The two of them shouted in unison as they charged forward, bringing with them a violent and murderous aura. The two of them clashed once again, as sword rays flashed, and the sound of swords clashing could be heard. At that moment, 7 swords and 7 knives clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. When an expert makes a move, it is easy to tell. Zhang Jieyu took a step back, and attacked once more as his blade glowed brightly. Dang! Sparks flew everywhere, and Pei Ziyun groaned as he took a step back. Zhang Jieyu was forced back 3 to 4 meters before he could regain his balance. How powerful! Your sword techniques are already 70% complete, and you've even mastered the Dao arts. Zhang Jieyu spat out. Not only are you a disciple of Free Cloud sect, but you're also a core disciple. You have the potential to become an elder or even a disciple of the sect leader. As mentioned earlier, although Dao arts were small, and could only be used to distract the enemy before killing them, it was extremely easy. However, if he were to encounter a powerful martial artist, he would not be able to use Dao art. However, if he were to incorporate Dao arts into his martial arts, he would be able to kill any powerful martial artist in a single strike. Zhang Jieyu was using Holy Jail sect's sword techniques, while Pei Ziyun was using Free Cloud sect's sword technique. Although their sword techniques were different, the principles behind them were the same. Zhang Jieyu laughed coldly. Free Cloud sect wants to start a war with Holy Jail sect? It seems like Holy Jail sect was the one who started this? Zhang Jieyu felt his eyes turning sour, and tears were about to flow out. This was the after-effects of using Dao arts to illuminate the surroundings. Although it was only a small flaw, Zhang Jieyu groaned as a deep wound appeared on the right side of his chest near his left shoulder. Although it was not deep, fresh blood oozed out from the wound. Kill. Pei Ziyun's body shone brightly as his shadow flashed. Zhang Jieyu could not care less as a ray of light shot towards Pei Ziyun. Dang. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly as he blocked the attack with his sword, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly as his sword flashed continuously, clashing against the spot of light. After 5 hits, the spot of light shattered, revealing the sword within. It let out a mournful wail as it fell to the ground, its spirituality gone. Zhang Jieyu suffered another backlash as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned cold. Pei Ziyun, do you really want to fight to the death with my holy jail sect? Zhang Jieyu realized that Pei Ziyun's free cloud sword technique had reached a certain level, and he was even proficient in Dao arts. Not only was Pei Ziyun's martial arts on par with his, he even had the support of Dao arts. Zhang Jieyu had suffered multiple backlash, and it would be difficult for him to escape death. Thinking of this, he calmed himself down and said, I was wrong, but Pei Ziyun, there is no enmity between us. We can stop here. You killed my Black Wind sect disciples, and that's why I came for revenge. Since you're also a disciple of a sect, let's stop here. There's no need to fight to the death. Both of us should take a step back. Pei Ziyun understood Zhang Jieyu's plan and laughed. Let's not talk about anything else. You instigated the Black Wind sect disciples to kidnap my childhood sweetheart. Isn't that enmity? You tried to assassinate me multiple times. Isn't that enmity? You attacked the village to kill my family members? Isn't that enmity? Pei Ziyun's words were filled with killing intent. He paused for a moment before laughing out. Zhang Jieyu, you've attacked me multiple times. This is an enmity between us. This place shall be your burial ground. Besides, you killed the chief patrol officer. You suffered a backlash from your official chi. Your weapon was broken, and you suffered a backlash from your own powers. Although all these can be resolved, do you think I will give you the chance to do so? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Tonight shall be the day you die. Are you still trying to trick me? Chapter 60. Zhang Jieyu, even your death is not the end result. You've killed the chief patrol officer. You're an official. The Great Su dynasty has just been established, and it's time for us to be swift and decisive in establishing our authority. No matter how many connections you have, as long as I kill you and bring your head to the authorities, not only will you die, your influence in the county will be uprooted, and even your family will not be able to escape. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Zhang Jieyu's face fell. He then thought to himself, not good, I've fallen into his trap. In the early stages of Dao arts, the heart was the most important. Now that he had lost his will to fight, the backlash came at him. Pei Ziyun leapt forward and his sword flashed. In the face of death, Zhang Jieyu rose up and his blade flashed. He did not retreat but instead charged forward. If you want me to die, you die too. In that instant, sparks flew everywhere. The speed of the two of them was blinding. Within a breath's time, the two of them separated. Zhang Jieyu's left rib cage trembled, as if he had been struck by lightning. No, you can't kill me. I am an inner disciple of Holy Jail Sect. If you kill me, I will be avenged. Save me, I can still be saved. Before he could finish his sentence, the sword flashed and pierced through his heart. Zhang Jieyu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, as if he wanted to say something. However, he could not finish his sentence and died. Pei Ziyun looked at the corpse and laughed. He then turned around and left. Snail Village. When Pei Ziyun returned to the village, the bandits had already escaped. Those who did not manage to escape were all killed. Corpses were strewn all over the village, and the blood on the ground had already solidified. The stench of blood permeated the air. Archers could be seen inspecting the corpses. Every time they saw a corpse, they would stab it with their sword. Seeing that it was motionless, they would then cut off the heads and pile them together. These were all bandits, and killing them was a meritorious deed. Even these few archers had heavy hearts. The chief patrol officer had died, and half of his brothers had died as well. These were archers who had retired from the army. The villagers were even worse off. After the battle, many of the villagers woke up from their excitement and collapsed onto the ground, their minds blank. Some of the villagers saw that the archers were cutting off their heads, so they ran away. Killing people was one thing, but cutting off people's heads was another. Some of the more cowardly ones couldn't take it anymore, and hid in a corner and vomited. It was as if they were about to vomit out their bile, and their mouths were filled with bitterness. Pei Zi-yun looked over and saw that not only were there bandits, but there were also the corpses of the villagers. Some were villagers who could not escape in time. The village chief looked on blankly, as the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. One of the villagers was severely injured, and was on the verge of death. When he saw Pei Zi-yun approaching, tears rolled down his cheeks. "Master Topscorer, I still have an old mother, wife, and children at home." Pei Zi-yun's heart ached as he spoke in a low voice. "Don't worry. As long as I, Pei Zi-yun, am here, I will not let them suffer from hunger or cold." When the man heard this, he immediately breathed his last. Before he died, his eyes were filled with the desire to live. Pei Zi-yun sighed. A villager was helping Chao San bandage his wounds. Chao San had been injured in the ambush earlier, but thankfully his injuries were not serious. Seeing Pei Zi-yun enter, Chao San walked up to him and whispered, "Master Pei, the bandits who escaped were all killed. The 2 thieves have been killed. Send someone to drag their corpses in, but don't cut off the heads of these 2. Pei Zi-yun then remembered that Zhang Jieyu's corpse would be of great use, especially the head of the bandits. Don't chop off his head as well. We'll need to verify his identity in the future." "Zhang Dashan," Chao San shouted. He had been there a moment ago, but now he was gone. "Here." Zhang Dashan came over with a gourd and wiped his mouth. It turned out that he had gone to get some wine. He had just killed a thief, and his hands were still trembling. However, Zhang Dashan was much braver than the average villager. He did not vomit, but he was flustered, so he went to get some wine to calm himself. "Good lad, you have guts. If it was in the past, you would be soldier material. There are 2 corpses outside. Bring some men and drag them in." Chao San made the arrangements. When he saw Zhang Dashan turn to leave, he shouted, "Leave the wine for me. I want to drink a few mouthfuls as well. It will help with the pain." As he said this, he snatched the wine from Zhang Dashan's hands. Zhang Dashan did not have time to react. Chao San kicked him and said, "What are you waiting for?" Only then did Zhang Dashan react. He ordered 2 villagers to drag Zhang Jieyu's body out of the village. Chao San drank 2 mouthfuls of wine, and felt the pain on his back lessen. He then approached Pei Zi-yun and whispered, "Master Pei, so many people have died tonight. What should we do?" "I just took a look. The bandits are not ordinary. One of them is a group of monks from Silver Dragon Temple, and the other is a bandit from the prefecture. I saw one of them when I went to burn incense. I've heard that these people have connections with the prefecture and the prefecture. If we kill them, I'm afraid there will be people seeking revenge in the future." After examining the faces of these bandits, Chao San realized that they had connections behind them. If they were to kill them now, there would be trouble in the future. Pei Zi-yun could not see his expression clearly under the light of the fire. He did not reply to Chao San, but walked up to him and whispered, "Chao San, these people are here to kill you. How can you not kill them? Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let me ask you, if the chief patrol officer is dead, are you responsible? Do you wish to be pardoned, and even be promoted to the position of Deputy Chief Patrol Officer? Chao San froze and looked around. He then lowered his voice and asked, "What should I do?" Chao San had retired from the battlefield, and had a murderous nature. "This matter is not too serious. If the bandits attack a village, we will report it to the authorities. These people will be rewarded with money. Who knows, they might even punish you for failing to protect the chief patrol officer and send you to jail." Pei Ziyun whispered into his ear. Chao San heard this and hesitated. The smell of blood filled his nostrils. He touched his back and clapped his hands. "Master top scorer, I'll do it." After the bandits were killed, the villagers reported the news. Many people came out to look for their family members. 2 men found the old hunter from afar and carried him over. He was not injured much, and only had a broken leg. Pei Ziyun recognized one of the women. She had just gotten married, and her husband had joined the village. Looking for her husband, her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground. She hugged her husband's body and cried. Chao San was silent. That man was brave and courageous when he killed the bandit. He did not expect the bandits to retaliate and kill him. These villagers came out to look for their family members. As they searched, the entire village was filled with cries. As he counted the news, the village chief's legs were trembling, and his face was pale. Pei Ziyun then asked Zhang Dashan, "What's the situation like?" 17 bandits were killed, but 21 of us were killed. 1 was severely injured, and 5 were lightly injured. We managed to find over 20 swords, spears, bows, and arrows. We also found over 10 taels of silver on the corpses. Zhang Dashan said in a sorrowful tone, "Half of the dead were women and children. They were killed the moment they bumped into them." These black-robed men were skilled in martial arts and were bandit. Their attacks were ruthless. Once the villagers were hit by them, they would not sustain any injuries. Most of them died. Pei Ziyun was silent for some time before he walked up to the village chief. "Village chief, arrange for someone to buy some good coffins. I will pay for this." The village chief was taken aback. "You can't do that. The villagers died protecting the village, and the village will compensate for it. How can we ask the old master to pay for it? So many people have died today, and I feel bad about it. I still have something for you to do. These bandits have a mastermind behind them, and if we don't get rid of them, the problem will not be solved," Pei Ziyun said coldly. The village chief looked at the basket on the ground, and saw that it was filled with human heads. He then agreed. All the men in the village were gathered by the village chief. "It's almost daybreak. Go to the various villages and buy some coffins. Those who have coffins, borrow it first and pay for it later. I believe the villagers will give me face." What many people didn't understand was that in ancient times, coffins and tombs weren't considered taboo. Most rich old people would prepare their own coffins while they were still alive. As for emperors, they would build their own tombs the moment they ascended the throne. According to historical records, in the 14th year of the Ming dynasty, 1381 AD, Zhu Yuanzhang ordered for a tomb to be built for himself. In the 3rd year of his reign, the emperor of the Su dynasty ordered for a tomb to be built. Hence, the 20 coffins could be easily obtained by ransacking the surrounding villages. A villager hesitated. "Village chief, who would sell coffins now? Everyone is already asleep. Why don't we sell them tomorrow morning?" Before he could finish his sentence, the village chief looked at him. This man was a gangster in the village. He loved to steal chickens and dogs, and was a lazy person. Pop! The village chief slapped him across the face, catching him off guard. He had used a lot of force and almost fell to the ground. This man wasn't happy. The village chief looked at him coldly. When the bandits came, this man ran away. Now he wanted to be a burden. How could there be such a stupid person? "Capture him and beat him up. As long as he doesn't die." The village chief shouted angrily. One of the villagers pounced on him and held him down. He then tied him up with a rope. He laughed. Zhang Ping, you still dare to be stupid at this point. You're asking for death. The villagers had just killed the bandits, and were filled with killing intent. They glared at the man, and he didn't dare to speak anymore. The villagers didn't dare to argue, and took the money and left. A coffin was worth 5 taels of silver. Since 21 people had died, that would be 100 taels of silver. He then turned to the village chief and said, "So many people have died. We can't leave them in the village. Let's bring them to the Earth Temple." The village chief and the families of the deceased discussed and agreed. Bring them to the temple. With the gods around, there won't be any trouble. Earth Temple. Within the village, there was a Earth Temple. There was a shrine, and it looked very old. The village chief walked up to it and lit some incense. He then kowtowed a few times and cried, "Lord Earth, today, my snail village has suffered a great calamity. We shall leave the villagers here temporarily. When the calamity is over, we shall kill the pigs as a sacrifice." After burning the incense, the village chief then arranged for the corpses to be carried into the temple. He placed them down and covered them with a white cloth. He then arranged for people to keep watch. Some of the family members of the deceased entered the temple and cried. The village chief couldn't stop them, and could only let them be. Seeing that everything was done, the chief patrol officer's horse was still in the village chief's backyard. Pei Zi-yun entered the yard and mounted the horse. He pulled on the reins and drank a mouthful of wine. He then smashed the bowl on the ground and shouted, "Jia!" The sound of the horse galloping could be heard as it galloped out of the village, disappearing into the night. Chapter 61. The bright moonlight shone down from the sky, bringing with it a hint of red. Pei Zi-yun could still smell the scent of blood on his body. From time to time, he would urge his horse to run as fast as he could towards the county town. At a fork in the road, he could reach Peach Blossom Origin's monastery. Looking at it from afar, Yi Suer's face appeared in his mind. He did not wish for Peach Blossom Origin's monastery to do such a thing, but now was not the time to be calculative. He rode his horse towards the city. In the city, Tang Zhen had just been thrown out of a brothel. An ox cart was waiting for him by the side of the road. Seeing his young master rushing out in a drunken state, the boy's servant felt his heart ache. Ever since his young master had participated in a scholarly meeting, he had gotten into such a state. His old master did not care, but his old master's heart ached. From time to time, he would try to persuade his young master. The ox cart rumbled along the streets of the city. The ox cart stopped at the entrance and climbed up the step. The boy's servant alighted and knocked on the door. A voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "Young master is back, open the door." The boy's servant shouted. "Young master, which young master?" The gatekeeper stuck his head out. "Of course it's young master Tang Zhen. Young master is at the door, open the door." The boy's servant shouted. "Old master said that it's Tang Zhen who did such a shameful thing and was stripped of his scholarly title. How dare he come back? He crawled in through the hole." The gatekeeper frowned as he spoke. He then yawned and went back to sleep. He did not care about the boy's servant knocking on the door. "Brother Hu, please go through the back door. I will ask Granny Hu to open the door." The boy's servant spoke to the ox cart driver as the ox cart arrived at the back door. The boy's servant opened the curtains and shouted, "Young master, young master?" Tang Zhen was still asleep in the ox cart. His face was pale and he looked haggard. In his dreams, he would mumble, "Don't catch me, I was framed." As he mumbled, his eyebrows were furrowed. You can escape the wrongs of heaven, but you cannot escape the wrongs of yourself. The boy's servant was about 15 or 16 years old, and had accompanied his young master to read many books. At this point, his voice was filled with sorrow, as though he was in a bad mood. Seeing his young master turn from a few months ago into this state, he almost cried. He lowered the curtains and knocked on the door. "Granny Hu, Granny Hu, open the door. After a while, an old voice answered, Coming, coming. Who is it, shouting at the door in the middle of the night? Granny Hu, it's me. Young master was drunk, so I called an ox cart to bring him back. Granny Hu, please open the door. Young master, you're back. I'm here to open the door. Please wait a moment. After a while, an old woman in her 50s opened the door. With the help of the moonlight, one could see clearly that there was an ox cart and a servant waiting at the back door. This servant was the little servant beside Tang Jun. The old woman opened the door and asked, Where is the young master? Quickly send young master back to his room. Old master lost his temper again when he didn't see young master tonight. This old woman was Granny Hu. Yes, the master also told the gatekeeper not to come in. That's why I knocked on the back door. In fact, the little servant was angry in his heart. This was the master's angry words. How could the gatekeeper take it seriously? At this point, he raised his head and looked at the driver. Brother Hu, please help me carry young master. I'm still young and can't carry him by myself. The driver looked at the servant and sighed deeply. He then jumped down from the cart and helped the drunk Tang Jun into the courtyard. He then placed him on the bed to rest. That night, Pei Ziyun crossed the city walls and entered the city. The streets of the county were quiet. The lights in the houses had already been extinguished. Some houses were still lit, but the lights were dim. On the streets and alleys, the night watchman carried a small lantern and struck a gong. Everything was quiet. Occasionally, there would be a constable patrolling the streets with a cup of tea. Pei Ziyun walked stealthily along the narrow alleys. Dogs were startled and barked, but he didn't care. As long as the dogs didn't stop, no one would go out to check on them. They all thought it was the night watchman. This was Tang Jun's house. Strictly speaking, Tang Jun's ancestral home was in the countryside. However, he lived in the county. After the examinations, he had invited Pei Ziyun to his house for tea and knew where it was. The alleys in the county were paved with bluestone, or some were paved with pebbles the size of a fist. As he walked, his footsteps echoed in the alleys. With the moonlight, he didn't have to worry about not being able to see his way at night. Just as he was about to step out of the alley, he saw an ox cart galloping past. Pei Ziyun hid in the shadows and looked around. It was extremely quiet. Not far away, there was a single lantern which gave off a faint glow. This was strange. Why would there be an ox cart in the middle of the night? When the ox cart had passed, there were also bailiffs patrolling the area. Pei Ziyun then made his way to the backyard and climbed over the wall to enter the Zhang family's mansion. The yard was extremely quiet. Under the moonlight, he could see a rock garden. Pei Ziyun laughed silently as he walked along the corridor. All of a sudden, he saw a servant walking out from the kitchen. He was holding something in his hands and sighed. Young master has removed his scholarly title. These days, he has been so dispirited. Even the old master doesn't want to see him anymore. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he realized that this servant seemed to know where Tang Jun was. He then followed after him. Before long, he saw a room lit up and the servant entered. Pei Ziyun followed behind and poked a peephole through the window. What entered his eyes was the candlelight. He saw a drunk man spouting nonsense inside the room. When the servant entered, he saw a bowl of soup. He was shouting for Tang Jun to drink it, but Tang Jun was still talking nonsense. Just as the servant was about to feed him, Tang Jun turned around and smashed the bowl. A loud pause sound was heard as the soup spilled onto the servant's body, splattering all over him. The bowl fell to the ground. The servant sighed deeply and turned around to change his clothes. As soon as he turned around, he felt a blow on his neck and fainted. Pei Ziyun gently supported the servant and placed him by the side. He then turned around and paused. Someone's voice rang out from within the room. It was accompanied by a cough. Brother Pei, did you come here with a sword tonight to kill me? It's true that I wanted to harm you. Damn it. If you want my life, Brother Pei, go ahead and take it. Don't implicate others. Anyway, even if I don't die by your hands, I won't live for long. Tang Jin sat up. His eyes had been drinking too much these past few days, and had turned blue. His hair was a mess, as if he hadn't washed up in a long time. His white robes were dirty. He looked like a gentleman, calm and composed. He had lost his composure and was sitting upright, ready to be killed. Pei Ziyun looked at Tang Jin and asked, "You're a smart person. You've been so dispirited these past few days. You know that you don't have much time left, right?" Seeing that Tang Jin wasn't speaking, Pei Ziyun didn't mind. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. He didn't drink it, but just took a whiff. "You're wrong. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so long ago. Tonight, I'm not here to talk nonsense with you. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you still want to be an imperial scholar?" Hearing these words, Tang Jin's eyes lit up for a moment before dimming again. He got up from his bed, no longer looking as drunk as before. He sat down at one side and poured himself a cup of tea. The tea was cold, coarse and bitter. After drinking it, he frowned and laughed maniacally. After laughing for some time, he said, "Of course I want to. How could I not want to? These days I've been thinking so much that I'm going crazy. But how do I turn this around? Under the watchful eyes of so many people, how can I change my mind? Now that I've committed such a crime, there's no turning back." Tang Jin's eyes were filled with despair. "Zhang Jie, you will not let me off. Perhaps before long, I'll fall into the water and die." Pei Ziyun placed his hand on the table and leaned towards Tang Jin. "Brother Tang, now you know how big of a crime you've committed. If I had fallen for it, I would be in a worse state than you are now. Your Tang family is after all an aristocrat. At most, you'll fall into the water and die. Your Tang family is fine, you still have your younger brother. But if something were to happen to me, what would happen to my Pei family? What would happen to my mother?" Tang Jin was silent for some time before he raised his head. His eyes were bright and clear. "Brother Pei, has something big happened? You're right. Tonight, Zhang Jie, you brought the monks from Silver Dragon Temple and the men from the Luo gang to kill me. I've killed them all." Pei Ziyun said coldly, "Now that Holy Jail sect has no leader in Dong'an Prefecture, I have a plan. It might not be able to help you regain your status, but it might be able to help you regain your qualifications for the imperial examinations. Do you want to do it?" Tang Jin looked at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun's clothes were covered in dust, and there were traces of blood on his body. The stench of blood permeated the air. Tang Jin hesitated for some time before standing up and pacing around. He then made up his mind and gritted his teeth. "I'll do it. Brother Pei, just tell me what to do." Pei Ziyun leaned close to Tang Jin's ear and whispered into it. Tang Jin nodded his head from time to time, and his eyes were filled with vigor. County City early in the morning, little birds chirped and jumped on the branches of trees from time to time. An old man was sprinkling water on the street to sweep the road. At the entrance of the county town, 2 soldiers were standing lazily at the city gate, yawning. A few pedestrians were passing by in front of them. All of a sudden, one of the soldiers was jolted awake and asked, "Did you hear some funeral music?" "Nonsense. If someone were to pass through the city gates, they would definitely inform us beforehand. Otherwise, it would be too unlucky. Aren't they afraid that we would cause trouble for them?" Another soldier said impatiently. The next moment, his mouth fell open as he stared at the road. On the road, a group of people could be seen. At this point, they were beating drums and playing funeral songs. They were waving white flags as they got closer and closer. "Who's so unlucky to enter the city instead of leaving the city?" The soldier who had spoken earlier was enraged. He raised his spear and looked over. When he saw what was happening, his teeth started chattering. There were about 80 to 90 people carrying a coffin. In front of them, there were about 10 women dressed in mourning attire. As they walked, they were crying and throwing paper money around. Seeing this scene, a brave passerby stepped forward. "Who are you people? How dare you trespass into the city like this? Aren't you afraid that the magistrate will punish you?" A quick-witted bailiff had just walked out of the door when he saw the group of people. He saw Chao San and a few other soldiers dressed in mourning attire. They were carrying 2 baskets. Behind them, a few people were carrying a coffin. Several men in black were tied to the coffin. The bailiff was shocked. Just as he was about to stop them, Chao San shouted, "Get lost! Don't you see that the chief patrol officer is in the coffin, and Master Top Scorer is leading the way?" The bailiff recognized Chao San, but didn't recognize the top scorer. As soon as he heard Chao San's words, he looked up and realized that there was a group of people leading the way. He was dressed in the robes of a high scholar. His heart skipped a beat. Something big had happened, and he didn't dare to stop them. He turned around and ran back into the city to report the situation. Chapter 62. County Magistrate. The county magistrate's office was situated in the north and south of the county. It occupied a large area. There was a main entrance, a main hall, a second hall, a guest hall, and a third hall. Both sides of the hall were courtyards and an accounting room. At this point, the county magistrate had already woken up. The county magistrate's wife had already served breakfast. Just as they were about to eat, a bailiff scrambled towards the county magistrate's office. A constable blocked the bailiff's path and shouted, "What happened? Why are you in such a sorry state?" The bailiff pulled the constable over and whispered into his ear. The constable was taken aback. "What? This is a serious matter. Are you speaking the truth?" The bailiff replied, "Your Excellency, I am not mistaken. I am speaking the truth." When the constable heard this, his expression changed as well. He then turned around and ran into the county magistrate's office. "Your Excellency, something bad has happened." The constable ran into the county magistrate's office. The county magistrate had just taken a few bites of his breakfast when he was interrupted. He almost choked on his food as he glared at the constable. The constable lowered his head and reported, "Your Excellency, there were 100 people at the city gates. They were all wearing white robes and were dressed in mourning attire. They were carrying dozens of coffins to the entrance of the county. They said, what?" When the county magistrate heard the constable's words, he was taken aback. This was a major incident. Could it be that someone had gathered to cause trouble? He then asked, "Tell me, what is it?" They said that there were soldiers among them. They were also wearing white robes and were dressed in mourning attire. "What? Prepare an ox cart and send me to the county gate." The county magistrate was taken aback. Could it be that there was a rebellion? He then ordered his men to prepare the ox cart. Although there were many people at the gates, the soldiers guarding the gates were all former soldiers. They took a step forward and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you wearing white robes and carrying coffins to cause trouble in the county? Are you trying to rebel?" Pei Ziyun took a step forward and shouted, "I am the newly promoted high scholar, Pei Ziyun. Last night, my village was attacked by bandits, and dozens of people died. I am here to complain, and you dare to stop me? Master Top Scorer?" The soldiers trembled, and their expressions changed as they looked at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun's face was ashen, and he was dressed in the robes of a high scholar. At this point, Chao San took a step forward and shouted angrily, "Li Si, are you blind? You can't even recognize Master Top Scorer. Furthermore, the chief patrol officer is dead. Let me tell you, something big has happened today. Get out of the way. If not, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Pei Ziyun led the villagers and took a step forward. The soldiers retreated, not daring to block their way. This group of people went straight into the county, playing mournful music along the way. The streets were still quite lively, But as soon as the mourning procession entered the city, there was a moment of silence. Only the mournful music and the crying of women and children could be heard. Many people came to watch, and the children were also squeezed in, waiting for the adults to scold them. The county magistrate's ox cart had just been prepared, but it didn't take long before it stopped. A bailiff shouted, "Constable Wang, where are you going? Don't go, the roads are blocked." Master Top Scorer is leading a group of people carrying a coffin, saying that they want to lodge a complaint. We have to hurry and report this to the county magistrate. Things are getting serious. The constable's face fell, and was about to speak when the county magistrate opened the curtains and asked, "Tell me in detail, what's the situation now?" The county magistrate heard the bailiff's report, and only spoke a few words before his face fell. He then ordered the constable, "Go back and make preparations." Before long, they arrived at the county magistrate's office. Pei Ziyun saw that the county magistrate's office was facing south, and had a huge signboard with golden words written on it. The first half of the building had a drum, which was meant for the commoners to beat and complain about their grievances. Pei Ziyun walked up and started beating the drum. Purring, purring, purring. The sound of the drum shook the heavens. One of the bailiffs had just started his morning shift, and didn't know what was going on. He stuck his head out and asked, "Who's beating the drum? What's the matter?" The bailiff swept his gaze across the area, and saw that the coffins had blocked the entire street. The mourning procession had crowded the entrance of the county magistrate's office, and he sucked in a deep breath. "Open the court!" At this point, 2 rows of bailiffs had arrived, and entered the county magistrate's office in a single file, and started beating the ground with their batons. The county magistrate was seated high above, and a signboard was hung high above him. Pei Ziyun led the village chief and Chao San into the main hall. The moment the village chief entered the hall, he fell to his knees and cried, "Your Excellency, please help me redress my grievances. Last night, an elementary scholar Zhang Jie, you led a group of bandits into the village, and killed 23 villagers. Luckily, the chief patrol officer was in Snail Village at that time, and led the soldiers to kill the bandit. Unfortunately, the bandits were cruel, and even the chief patrol officer died in battle. However, the bandits didn't have it easy either. Chao San and several other villagers chased after the bandits, and finally managed to kill them all. Chao San, who was standing by the side, also knelt down and shouted, "County Magistrate, this lowly official is a military official from the patrol department. I followed the chief patrol officer to patrol the village, and didn't want to be attacked by the bandits. This Zhang Jieyu is most likely a sorcerer. Not only is his martial arts strong, but he also uses sorcery. The chief patrol officer must have been affected by his sorcery, and was killed by the bandits. Amongst the attackers were the bandits from the Water Division, and the monks from Silver Dragon Temple. This lowly official managed to capture a few of the bandits alive." As he spoke, Chao San waved his hand, and 4 archers brought up 4 men in black. These men in black were all injured, and were forced to kneel in the hall. They tore off their scarves and masks, revealing a monk with several scars on his face. The other 3 looked like ferocious bandits. The county magistrate's legs turned to jelly. He had heard of the Silver Dragon Temple and the Water Division. They were extremely powerful and had connections with many high-ranking officials and nobles. If this case were to be reported, it would be a big one. He then heard the beating of the drum for redress of grievances, as the bailiff brought the complaint in. A man with disheveled hair and a few elementary scholars followed behind him. The man rushed forward and cried, "Your Excellency, save me! Your Excellency, save me!" The county magistrate saw the disheveled-haired man barging in, and slammed the gavel on the floor. "Silence!" The scholar raised his head and saw Tang Jin crying, "Your Excellency, I have been wrongly accused. I am Tang Jin, who has been stripped of his elementary scholar title. However, I am not being ridiculous. I have an inside story. In the past, there were a few elementary scholars who were framed by this man. They fell for Zhang Jieyu's evil plot. If they don't obey, they will die. Behind Tangzhen, a few elementary scholars rushed forward, crying out loud. Just as the few elementary scholars were crying, a few old women came in. The women were beating the drum, and as soon as they came in, they cried, "Your Excellency, we are here to seek justice." The county magistrate then asked, "Why aren't you women at home? Who are you here to sue?" County magistrate, I am the mother of elementary scholar Zhang Quan. A year ago, Zhang Quan drowned in the river. Before he died, he left behind a letter saying that he was being coerced. If something happened to him, someone must have caused his death. He asked us not to report this to the higher-ups immediately, but to report this to the higher-ups in the future. Seeing the evidence presented to him, the county magistrate was trembling in fear. This was a huge case. 23 coffins blocked the entrance of the county magistrate's office. The county magistrate and the registrar official were all present. When they heard the news, their faces turned ashen and drained of blood. The county magistrate sat high up in the main hall, with a plaque hanging high above him. At this point, he felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles. The county magistrate sighed and walked in. He then heard the county magistrate say softly, "Damn it, how dare this man? How dare he? He's threatening the officials. Does he not want to take the imperial examinations anymore?" The situation was very obvious. Pei Ziyuan had joined forces with the officials, elementary scholars, and the victim's family. This was a huge crime in the bureaucracy. Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to pass the imperial examinations? County magistrate, he is a high scholar. His next step is to take the imperial examinations in the capital city. This is a huge matter for the local authorities, but not for the capital city. The registrar official then reminded him, "Besides, I've heard everything clearly. I'm afraid we can't suppress this matter any longer. Not to mention the fact that the bandits killed over 20 villagers, the chief patrol officer's corpse is still outside. What's more frightening is that this man has been working hard for some time now. Now the order for him to be promoted has been given. He is now a county magistrate. He has been promoted from a 9th-rank official to a 9th-rank official. This is the rank of an official. The dynasty has just begun, and yet he was killed by bandits. This matter cannot be suppressed." The county magistrate trembled as he followed the registrar official and whispered, "But now that something like this has happened, all of our examinations are over. Not to mention demotion, it would be difficult for us to retain our positions. My dear county magistrate, it's no longer a question of whether or not we can retain our positions. It's a question of whether or not we can keep our positions." The registrar official rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. He then lowered his voice and said, "County magistrate, the only thing we can do now is to investigate this case. We have to make it seem like the county magistrate ordered the chief patrol officer to investigate. Who would have thought that the bandits would make their move? We have to make it seem like the Black Wind bandits were involved. Your Excellency, you are the one who attacked the bandits and thought of ways to get rid of the scourge. If that's the case, who can say that Your Excellency isn't in the right? We have lost a county patrol officer, and he died in the line of duty. The bandits are taking revenge on us." When the county magistrate heard the registrar official's words, he paused for a moment before laughing. It wasn't easy to handle a case lightly. If someone were to gossip about him, he had to handle the case more seriously. He had to dig deeper into the case, and not let go of any suspicions. How many people would be able to stay clean? As long as he could hold on to them, with so many people dead, and so many things happening, he might even be able to get a promotion. The registrar official retreated to one side. The county magistrate had a look of deep thought on his face, as he thought about the conversation he had just had. He then continued to ask questions. He slammed the wooden block and asked for silence. He then said, "Silence. Report the case to me. I want to interrogate each and every one of them." The county magistrate asked questions, while the county magistrate took note. Every statement was signed by the person involved. Tang Zhen looked at the statements and his face turned ashen. He thought about the sufferings he had suffered over the past few days, and pressed his hand down on the paper. The officials, soldiers, women and children all signed their names as well. The bailiffs then handed over their statements to the magistrate. The magistrate looked at the statement and said, "I have already heard of this case. Everyone go back. I have long heard of this thief," and ordered the chief patrol officer to investigate in secret. Who would have thought that this thief would attack Snail Village in the middle of the night, and kill the chief patrol officer and the villagers? The county magistrate stood up and said with a strong sense of righteousness. After everyone had left, the county magistrate turned to Pei Ziyun and said, "This time, I have implicated High Scholar Pei. I didn't expect this demonic man to be so savage. We had just started investigating, and this demonic man took advantage of the chief patrol officer's absence to kill him. I will definitely report this to the imperial court, and punish him accordingly. For those who do not obey the imperial court, the law states, demonic men are the same." Pei Ziyun couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why did the county magistrate say this? But since it was beneficial to him, he cupped his hands and thanked the county magistrate profusely. The county magistrate then entered the inner courtyard and called the county magistrate to discuss the matter with the county magistrate. When he entered the inner courtyard, he said, "County Magistrate Li, although we have fought against each other before, this matter concerns our positions. What do you suggest we do?" The registrar official and the county magistrate stared at each other. County Magistrate Li sat down and seemed to be deep in thought. After some time, he raised his head, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He then said, "This matter must be confirmed. After this, we can discuss it again." Chapter 63. Prefecture City Weqiu Shan's High Scholar Yu's house was decorated very simply. There were only a few paintings hanging around the room, and the atmosphere was very scholarly. At the side of the room there was a teapot brewing tea. After pouring away the first 2 batches of tea, the 3rd batch of tea was brewed. Just then, a man came knocking on the door. "Master, something bad has happened." Yu Shan was somewhat displeased and scolded. "What is it? Tell me in detail. Don't panic. How many times have I instructed you not to disturb me when I'm drinking tea? Everything can wait until I'm done with my morning tea." Master Zhang Jieyu, young Master Zhang, sent people to Slow River County last night. This morning, a messenger pigeon arrived, saying that young Master Zhang did not return last night. "I'm afraid something big has happened," the servant reported and explained the situation in a few sentences. Yu Shan maintained his composure. Although Zhang Jieyu was his own disciple and son-in-law, he was still young. He had not handed over the entire Taoist system of the prefecture, but only gradually. Yu Shan did not have much time left, but he could not afford to let go of his power. In Slow River County, he had planted spies. If anything big happened, they would report it to him. Since there was no news from them, nothing had happened. Yu Shan then placed the teacups in front of him. He then used the teapot to fill up all 3 of his teacups. The aroma of tea permeated the air. He then asked, "Do you know what he went to do?" Seeing that the servant did not dare to answer, Yu Shan then felt that something was wrong. He then shouted, "Tell me, what happened?" The servant then knelt down and said, "Master, it's not that I'm trying to hide it. I only heard that young Master Zhang heard that Pei Ziyun had killed Li Wenjing yesterday. He then brought his men from Silver Dragon Temple and Luo Gang to kill him." Yu Shan stood up and was furious. Zhang Jieyu is usually calm and steady. Who would have thought that he would do such a stupid thing today? He deserves to die, he deserves to die. At this point, he felt something warm in his robes. It was a communication talisman. He had a bad feeling about this. He then ordered the servant to leave and took out the talisman. Zhang Xian took out the talisman, and a human figure appeared. However, it was a little blurry, appearing and disappearing from time to time. This was a sign that someone had interfered with the talisman. Zhang Xian tapped it with his finger, and spiritual light entered the talisman. Only then did it stabilize. The background of the mirror was a room, and it seemed to be an inn. The person inside the mirror said, "Not good, senior uncle. Something big has happened. This morning in Snail Village, Pei Ziyun led the villagers to the county magistrate's office to lodge a complaint. It seems to have something to do with junior brother Zhang. They said that junior brother Zhang plotted to murder an elementary scholar, and was a demonic person. He has already been killed. I was quite a distance away, and couldn't hear clearly. As soon as the Taoist finished speaking, he pointed at the mirror and an image appeared on it. In front of the Slow River County Yamen, there was a huge crowd of people. They were all wearing white headscarves and were dressed in mourning attire. They were gathered in front of the county Yamen, and there were many coffins placed around. Yu Qiu-shan was a high scholar of the previous dynasty, and he found it hard to breathe. The disciple who had taken over his position in Dong and Prefecture had died just like that. He was enraged. There was a purple teapot on the table, and it was High Scholar Yu's favorite. High Scholar Yu picked up the teapot and smashed it on the table. There was the sound of a pigeon flapping its wings as it landed on the window. The Taoist grabbed the pigeon from the window and removed the letter from the pigeon's leg. He took a look and couldn't help but cry out, "Senior uncle, it's a disaster as big as the heavens. Zhang Jie led a group of people to attack Snail Village last night and killed 23 villagers. He even killed the patrol officer. In the end, he was killed instead. Now that the corpses and heads are all here, and the plot against the elementary scholar has been exposed, the victims have all gathered. This is a disaster. This pigeon was sent out by a spy that Holy Jail sect had planted within the county Yamen. These spies did not need to do much work. All they had to do was spread the news within the county Yamen, and they would be rewarded with silver." When Yu Qiu-shan heard this, his face turned ashen. Was this Zhang Jieyu crazy? Initially, he thought that he was a talent that could be nurtured and nurtured. Who would have thought that he would go against the grain and kill the chief patrol officer? This was an official position, and the repercussions would be disastrous. He had implicated the entire Holy Jail sect. I understand. I will report this matter to the sect. You continue to lie low, and do not cause any trouble. Yu Qiu-shan took a deep breath and instructed the Taoist. Yes, senior uncle. The Taoist replied respectfully before he switched off the communication talisman. He was a little anxious, but after reporting the matter, he relaxed a little. Yu Qiu-shan paced back and forth in his room. This matter was a disaster. Zhang Jieyu had always been calm and magnanimous, but he did not expect to do something like this today. He had broken the rules and killed the chief patrol officer. If word got out, he would be in big trouble. This matter had to be reported to the sect leader. Yu Qiu-shan used the communication talisman to contact the sect leader. Suddenly, the talisman changed, and a real person appeared on the screen. This Taoist was Zhang Jieyu's uncle. He looked at Yu Qiu-shan and said, "Just now, the deacon of the Hall of Worship sent news that Zhang Jieyu has fallen. I would like to ask, senior brother, what exactly happened?" The Taoist's tone was cold. Zhang Jieyu had originally been entrusted to Yu Qiu-shan to teach him. Who would have thought that he would be killed by someone else? Naturally, he was unhappy. Yu Qiu-shan sighed. "Senior brother, something big has happened. Zhang Jieyu brought the Luo Gang and Silver Dragon Temple to assassinate the newly promoted top scorer Pei Ziyun. He didn't want to kill the chief patrol officer, but ended up getting himself killed as well. Someone even revealed that he had harmed an elementary scholar years ago. I was just about to report this to the sect leader when I didn't expect senior brother to receive this news. What? That unfilial son actually did such a stupid thing. The Taoist had originally come to reprimand his junior brother. After hearing Yu Qiushan's words, he understood the severity of the matter. His face turned pale and he spoke to Yu Qiushan, "Junior brother, tell me everything in detail." Yu Qiushan told him everything that had happened. When the Taoist heard this, he was enraged. That damned unfilial son. That damned Pei Ziyun. This matter was too big for him to decide. He had to report it to the sect leader. It was just that if he were to say it himself, and if someone else were to say it, it would be a different matter altogether. "Junior brother, I will follow the sect leader to report this matter. In a while, I will send a message to the sect." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly switched off the communication talisman and went to look for the sect leader. Yu Qiushan could not help but sigh. Years ago, if he had been diligent in his Tao arts, and broken through the gates of heaven, he would have become a core disciple. Perhaps today, he would still be cultivating in the mountains, and would not be plotting against the sect leader. Now that he was old and dying, his senior brother was still a middle-aged man, in his 40s. However, when he thought about it again, he realized that the inner sect was poor. Although there was a difference between the outer sect and the inner sect, the power of the outer sect was much greater than that of the inner sect. This was the difference between the officials of the capital and the county officials. The real difference was that after death, when the inner sect disciples broke through the gates of heaven, they would become ghost immortals. Even if Yu Qiushan enjoyed wealth and riches, he would still be immortal. After some time, the communication amulet lit up and the Taoist appeared. His face was ashen. Seeing his senior brother in such a state, Yu Qiushan's heart sank. "Zhang Jieyu, this unfilial disciple. The sect leader has decided to remove his name from the sect." Junior brother Yu immediately cut off all contact with Zhang Jieyu. Cut off all the connections he has with Zhang Jieyu. Do not implicate any of our other chess pieces. Do your best to preserve our strength. The Taoist paused for some time before continuing. "Silver Dragon Temple and Luo Gang know of our whereabouts. All the disciples shall retreat." This matter was done by Zhang Jieyu alone. Our holy jail sect will not take the blame. We can only let the Zhang family, Silver Dragon Temple and Luo Gang take the blame. Yu Qiushan's voice was trembling as he said, "This Silver Dragon Temple is not a big deal. But this Luo Gang is the stronghold of our holy jail sect. If we lose them, our strength will be greatly reduced." At this point in time, what's the point of being greatly reduced? If we do not cut off all contact with them, those bastards who have been reared by the imperial court will come looking for us. When that time comes, we will suffer more losses than this. This is the decree of the sect leader. The Taoist then said fiercely, "Luckily, although you have an engagement, it has not been announced. You are not married either. This matter will not affect you too much. This is not a small matter. You must handle it carefully and quickly." Yu Qiushan had no choice but to agree. He then called for his men. A Taoist and a warrior entered the room. Seeing Yu Qiushan's ashen face, and seeing the broken teapot on the floor, they knew that something big had happened. Yu Qiushan immediately whispered to the two of them. The two of them were taken aback at first, but then nodded their heads. The Taoist then replied, "Senior uncle, don't worry. We have a record of this matter. Since we have a clear order, we will handle it quickly." Dong and prefecture the streets were bustling, and people were walking to and fro. All of a sudden, a group of soldiers came running towards the magistrate's yamen. They were escorting a civil official, and were running towards the magistrate's yamen. The surrounding commoners were so frightened that they scattered in all directions. A scholar was also frightened by the horses, and was about to rush forward to argue with them when an old man held him back and said, "Do you want to die? Scholar, these people have an urgent document. If you obstruct them, you will be sent to jail." The old man pointed to the flag on the back of the soldiers as he spoke. The scholar was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. The Sioux dynasty had only just been established, and the military was like a raging fire in the past. These soldiers had an urgent document, and if they obstructed them, they could be killed immediately. The scholar then thanked the old man profusely. Magistrate's yamen. The magistrate had just finished his meal and was sitting on a chair in the backyard, drinking tea. At this point, a bailiff sprinted over and shouted, "Master, bad news. Slow River County has just issued an order, and the newly appointed county lieutenant has been killed. It's even been reported to us." The magistrate's expression changed as he stood up and received the document. He took a look at it and his face was filled with fear. After a while, he calmed down and walked a few steps before issuing an order. "Immediately order the warden's men to come over. Also, gather all the constables and bailiff. There's something important to do today." As he walked, he put on his robes and arrived at the main hall. At this point, the constables had already arrived at the main hall. After some time, the men from the warden's men arrived as well. They bowed and said, "Magistrate, what's the urgent matter?" The magistrate then gave the order, "The two of you, immediately take your men and seal off Silver Dragon Temple. Not a single person is to leave. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy." Chapter 64. Silver Dragon Temple. It was in the afternoon, and a few worshippers were walking up the mountain with umbrellas, as if nothing had happened. In one of the rooms, a few monks had an urgent look on their faces. They were half kneeling on the floor in a flurry, using a fire starter to burn the documents. Because they were too close, they did not dare to wipe off their sweat. With pale faces they hurriedly said, "Quick, quick, burn all these account books." These were the accounts recorded by the monk, the amount of money that was exchanged. At this point, a junior disciple walked in with a pigeon. "Senior brother, it's bad. There are soldiers at the foot of the mountain. Let's go, if not we won't be able to leave." This was a messenger pigeon sent by a spy at the foot of the mountain. The leader of the group stood up and said, "Fellow brothers, this is too slow. I shall fetch some oil and burn it. This evidence must not be left behind. Once we burn the room, even if the officials know something is wrong, they will be helpless. Senior brother, what about the others? Should we bring them along?" One of the monks asked. "We shall burn the room and leave. We shall not bring anyone along. Although we are from the outer sect, we are disciples after all. Hence, we have to take care of them. The rest of them are just outsiders, and do not know what's going on. If they are arrested, even if they are all beheaded, the case will be closed. If we bring them along, let's not talk about whether we can escape. Even if we manage to escape, we would still be wanted by the imperial court. That would only make things worse. If not, why would I kill them? If they don't die, how can they be our substitutes? How can we escape?" The senior brother paused at the door before turning around and walking out. After some time, the senior brother poured oil on the bookshelves and table. He then threw the oil on them and said, "Leave." He threw the torch onto the bookshelves and the oil started to burn. The few of them then took off their monk robes and left through the back door. Not long after they left, they heard cries for help from within Silver Dragon Temple. "Quick, put out the fire. Senior brother's room is on fire. Put out the fire." In less than 15 minutes, the soldiers came up from the foot of the mountain and surrounded the temple. A monk came out and shouted, "Who are you people?" Before the monk could finish speaking, an arrow pierced through his throat. With a "piu" sound, he fell to the ground. The commander of the warden's office shouted, "Soldiers, arrest the thief. Whoever dares to resist, kill without mercy." The worshippers who had just come out of the door trembled in fear. They prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to make a sound. The officers and constables swarmed in. There were a few monks in the temple who took out their sabers to resist, only to see the sabers chopping down on them. Some of the martial artists struggled for only a moment before they were shot dead by the arrows. The rest knelt on the ground. The commander of the warden's office and the constable looked at each other and laughed. "Search. These monks must have hidden a large amount of gold and silver. Find them all. These are all stolen goods." These soldiers and bailiffs tied up the monks one by one. The rest of them then swarmed in and started searching for money. One bailiff was overjoyed and ran out shouting, "Commander, constable, I've discovered a secret passage." The bailiff led the commander and the constable into the main hall. The bailiff slapped the wall and a secret passage opened up. Several monks and women could be seen trembling inside. When the commander saw the few naked monks and women captured, he couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. A den of thieves. He then looked at the naked women. One of them looked familiar, and was using her hands to cover her face. The commander's face changed as he grabbed the woman and pulled her hands away. His face turned red. This woman was his concubine. Recently, she had said that she was devoted to Buddhism. She had come to the temple many times. The commander was enraged as he drew his saber and shouted, "How dare you!" The saber pierced through the woman's heart, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The surrounding women screamed in fear. The commander then kicked the corpse aside and said, "Kill all these thieves. Don't leave a single one alive." Luo Gang headquarters. As far as the eye could see, there was a courtyard in the middle of a forest of pine trees. The courtyard had an intimidating air about it as it overlooked the waterway. The courtyard took up a large area. At this point, in one of the rooms, a Taoist was burning a pile of accounts. These were all related to Holy Jail sect, and had to be settled. The Taoist priest's 2 serving girls were burning the accounts as well. Their faces were filled with fear, as they didn't know why the Taoist priest was doing this. Their hearts were filled with suspicion, but they didn't dare to go against the Taoist priest's authority. After burning the accounts, the Taoist priest's face relaxed. He then turned to the 2 serving girls and said, "I have some matters to attend to. Wait here, I'll be back soon." When the Taoist priest left, the 2 serving girls looked at each other. One of them then said, "Something's not right. He's burning the accounts. He must be trying to escape. Let's hurry and inform the vice sect leader." The serving girl was about to rush out of the room, but before she could open the door, a hand reached in and twisted her neck. Her entire head spun around as she fell to the ground. Seeing that her companion had died, the other serving girl begged for mercy. "Taoist leader, I've served you for so long. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." The Taoist priest sighed. "This Luo Gang is finished. Seeing that you've served me for so long, I wanted to give you a chance. But I didn't expect that you would betray me." The serving girl begged for mercy, but before she could speak, the Taoist priest slapped her on the forehead. She fell to the ground, blood flowing out of her orifices. The Taoist priest dragged the 2 serving girls onto the bed and covered them with a blanket before leaving. Speaking of the Luo Gang, the sect leader was Yang Kuan, and the vice sect leader was Su Lu. He was a capable and loyal man. If not, he wouldn't have been able to become the vice sect leader. At this point, he paced up and down the hall, feeling that something was amiss. The sect leader has gone out, and there's still no news of him. The few Taoists in the gang all left in a hurry. What's the reason? Just as he was thinking, he heard a shout from outside, "Kill!" Immediately after, the sounds of killing could be heard. Who was it? Who dared to attack the Luo Gang? Su Lu hadn't even left the hall when one of the Taoists ran towards him. He was covered in blood as he shouted, Vice sect leader, run! The officials are here. They've surrounded us. We brothers are no match for them. What? The officials are here? That's impossible. I've been dealing with the prefecture government for a long time. I've even given them enough silver. Why would they still attack us? Su Lu hesitated as he walked out of the hall. When he looked outside, his face turned pale. He saw a huge group of people charging towards him. It was the soldiers. Just as he thought about it, an arrow pierced through the door and pierced right into his ear. His face turned pale as he turned around to leave. Only newcomers would fight with the soldiers. The first reaction of the veterans would be to leave and investigate later. Thinking up to this point, Su Lu leaped over the wall and left. The headquarters wasn't far from the river. Not far away was the riverbank where a boat was anchored. As soon as he ran over, he saw a familiar-looking constable smiling at him. He was both happy and surprised. This constable had always been with him, and he didn't expect to meet him today. He then said, "Constable who?" Before he could finish speaking, several archers emerged from the cabin. The constable then shouted, "Release the arrows!" Pu piu piu. More than 10 arrows were shot towards him. It turned out that there was an ambush in other directions. Su Lu's martial arts skills were extremely good. He roared out in anger and brandished his blade to block the arrows. However, he wasn't able to block the rest of the arrows. The sound of arrows piercing through his body could be heard. He wasn't dead yet as he glared at the constable. The constable looked at him and said, "You've run out of luck." As he said this, he took out an arrow and shot it at Su Lu. A piu sound was heard as the arrow pierced through Su Lu's head. Su Lu was dead. After killing Su Lu, the constable pulled the boat to the riverbank. The archers disembarked from the boat and a middle-aged man emerged from the cabin. This middle-aged man was dressed in a green robe and was an elementary scholar. He then spoke to the constable, "We've finally killed him. Although we've suffered a huge loss, we still have people in the river. When the time comes, we can just build another one. It's just that we don't know when we'll be able to build another one." The constable smiled. "We've suffered a huge loss, there's nothing we can do about it. This is the most appropriate way to deal with it. By cutting off all the factors that could affect our sect, the sect will not be affected. The sect will quickly close the case. The longer this matter drags on, the more troublesome it will be. I didn't expect that just trying to recruit an elementary scholar into the sect would result in such a huge loss. Zhang Jieyu had also made a mistake. There's no need to say anything more about Zhang Jieyu. This man has reaped what he sowed. He's already dead. He killed an official and implicated the sect. His name has been erased from the sect. Furthermore, he's been punished by the Imperial Qi. In the future, he won't even be able to redeem himself. What a tragedy! There's no point in saying anything more. The constable laughed coldly. This Pei Ziyun must have Free Cloud sect behind him. They're an old sect in Dong and Prefecture. When the time comes, we'll find them to settle the score. Prefecture City, Fu Mansion. Mistress Cloud was pointing at the little girl when a talisman appeared. When she opened it, a Taoist appeared. This was a Taoist from Dong and Prefecture, and he was in charge of collecting information. When this Taoist appeared, he came to report. He had only said a few words when Mistress Cloud sucked in a breath of cold air. "What? Such a huge matter has happened? This Pei Ziyunju actually killed Zhang Jieyu, a disciple of Holy Jail sect who had been heavily nurtured by the sect? His methods are really fast." Mistress Cloud had long heard of Zhang Jieyu's death. Pei Ziyun was one of the people she had reported to the sect. When she heard the news, she was shocked. After digesting it, she took out a jade scepter and pointed it at the talisman. A buzzing sound could be heard as a bright light shone. When the Su dynasty unified in Prefecture, Free Cloud sect had contributed a lot to it. That was how they were able to obtain the authority to transmit messages. This jade scepter was one of the treasures used to transmit messages. Mistress Cloud used her finger to point at the talisman, and before long, a shadow appeared. This person's face was blurry, and behind him was a layer of mist. Mistress Cloud wasn't surprised. She then reported everything to the sect leader, and explained everything clearly. When the person heard this, he was taken aback. He then said, "Junior Sister Yun, please wait a moment. I shall report this to the sect leader, and await his punishment." Before long, a bright light shone and a Taoist appeared. He had several wrinkles on his forehead. When Mistress Cloud saw this person, she knelt down. "Sect leader, why have you come personally?" "Mistress Cloud, I've checked on this disciple. He has a connection with our sect. Your senior brother Zhao has already mentioned this to me. He said that he's already imparted the incantation to him, and we'll see what happens next." This incident was very sudden. Since this disciple has such a strong battle record, he must have already cultivated his spiritual wisdom and inner strength. There's no one around him who has a suitable identity. I order you to go with the flow and find out what's going on. Find out if he's cultivating our sect's Tao arts, and how many levels he's cultivated. "Yes, sect leader, I shall go immediately," Mistress Cloud replied as the light disappeared. Speaking of which, it was one thing for the new sects to enter, but the older sects were extremely wary of her. Even though they had obtained the authority to transmit messages, they were unwilling to use it. Seeing the light disappear, the little girl didn't even dare to make a sound. She then pulled on Mistress Cloud and said, "Aunt, I want to go too, I want to go too." Mistress Cloud was infuriated. She then poked the little girl's forehead. "You little rascal, sooner or later I'll die of anger because of you." Chapter 65. Dong and Prefecture, Yu Mansion. In the main hall, Yu Qiushan was seated. However, it had only been a night, and his hair had turned completely white. The messenger carefully retreated. Zhang Jieyu was dead. Silver Dragon Temple and Luogang were destroyed. All of these were connected to his fate energy. Most of his hard work had been wiped out. After a long time, the communication talisman lit up. Yu Qiushan took it out and the real person appeared in the talisman. The two of them looked at each other in silence. After some time, Yu Qiushan finally opened his mouth to speak. His voice was weak and carried a hint of lethargy. "Senior brother, the matter has been settled. Silver Dragon Temple and Luogang have only left some seeds. The rest have been killed. Yes, we will follow this matter here. The sect has already sent people to Anzhou to deal with this matter. We don't need to worry about it anymore. The sect has already made a decision. Junior brother you have to be prepared. The sect may choose another disciple to take charge of the Dong and Prefecture. I will also have to go into closed-door training for 3 years." His disciple had done such a big thing and ruined Holy Jail sect's reputation in Dong and Prefecture. As the master, he was responsible for it and had to pay the price. "I got it." Yu Qiushan's face darkened. He knew that this matter was unavoidable. Slow River County, Lu River. The Great Su dynasty did not forbid the trading of goods. Moreover, the Lu River was an important thoroughfare. Although the country had not been established for long, there was an endless stream of carps swimming along the river. An inconspicuous wooden double-decker ship was sailing along the river. The autumn rain pattered down, stirring up little splashes on the river. The little loli jumped onto the deck and skillfully weaved left and right. She took out a bamboo pole and threw it out, trying to fish in the torrential river. Yun Yang looked at little Lolita. The autumn rain was beautiful and the mountains were picturesque, but she was in a daze. Although the sect leader didn't say it out loud, the phrase, "it seems to be related to the fate of the sect," had revealed her true intentions. She was thinking about how to convince Pei Ziyun. This man had the talent to become a jinshi. He also had martial art skills. He was decisive in killing, and he also had stratagems. In the future, even if he joined the army, as long as there was a war, it was not impossible for him to be bestowed the title of Marquis. Even now, it would not be difficult for him to become a genius, an official, and get rich. Although he had a faint desire to become an immortal, there was no guarantee that he would succeed. In reality, the wealth of the Taoist sect was far inferior to that of the imperial court. The only thing that the Taoist sects had that was superior to the imperial court was their cultivation of Dharma. They were able to ascend the ranks of human immortal, ghost immortal, earth immortal, and heaven immortal. However, her status in the sect was different. She was already determined to be one of the 5 to enter paradise, so she naturally knew the inside story. Officials of the 7th rank and above can all receive blessings after death. Officials of the 5th rank and above are more likely to be conferred posthumous titles after their death. Officials of the 3rd rank and above are qualified to be conferred titles, which are even better than land immortals. It's just that once the dynasty is destroyed, the conferment of titles has mostly faded away. That's why Taoism has the soil for cultivation. For those who can't become officials, and for those who can become high-ranking officials, the Taoist sect is very attractive. But for a genius like Pei Ziyun, it's hard to tempt them. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. The little girl was the only one who was not worried. She pulled the fishing rod upwards, but there was nothing. She threw the hook again and tried to fish in the river. Mistress Cloud looked at the pier and smacked her forehead. "You're still playing. Hurry up, we're almost there. Let's go ashore and meet your big brother." "Okay." Little Loli threw down the fishing rod. Li Chu, Pei family. The autumn rain continued to fall, bringing with it a sense of coldness. The bailiff bowed and smiled. "Then I shall take my leave. Go on." He gave the bailiff a piece of silver, which was worth a tael of silver. The bailiff's smile became more genuine as he took his leave. He then walked along the wet road. Pei Ziyun watched as the rain got heavier and heavier, and the skies darkened. He sat down on the porch and held on to the verdict of the case that the bailiff had just delivered. Such a huge case had been settled in just 4 days. It had been concluded that the elementary scholar Zhang Jieyu had colluded with the bandits of Silver Dragon Temple and the pirates of the Luo gang to assassinate the elementary scholar and kill a high scholar. Pei Ziyun held on to the verdict of the case in his hands and felt a chill run down his spine. He then sighed. "I didn't expect Holy Jail sect to be so decisive. Like a lizard cutting off its tail, they even push the higher-ups to close the case. This is such a quick conclusion. I'm afraid of the power behind this." He then squinted his eyes and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. He thought to himself, the bandits of Silver Dragon Temple have all been executed. The Luo gang had resisted arrest by the officials. After investigation, they have all been exterminated. The leader of the bandits, Zhang Jieyu, has been stripped of his elementary scholar title. His property has been confiscated and he has been exiled. This meant that Zhang Jieyu, Silver Dragon Temple and the Luo gang had all been abandoned. Pei Ziyun was also on Holy Jail sect's hit list. Based on Holy Jail sect's methods, they might not do anything to him. However, if they did, they would definitely kill him. There was also a notice that was delivered by the bailiff. Chao San has been promoted to Deputy Chief Patrol Officer. Tang Zhen has been rewarded for reporting the incident. The last time, he was framed and did not regain his elementary scholar title. However, he has been allowed to sit for the examinations. Although he will have to start all over again, it's a happy ending. I'm afraid that I have inadvertently caused trouble. There are 2 causes of trouble. The first is the county magistrate. I've caused him a lot of trouble. However, the county magistrate is just a low-ranking official. He won't be able to hold his position for long. Besides, I'm a top scorer. In the future, I won't be under his jurisdiction. But this holy jail sect is like a venomous snake. Once it strikes, it will take my life. My plan now is to become a grand scholar, and become more closely connected with the Imperial Chi. Then, I will receive more blessings from the Imperial Chi, and will be safe. If I become a third-grade Imperial Scholar and above, I will be given a posthumous title after I die. I have nothing to fear. But once I become a Grand Scholar, I will no longer be able to cultivate in this world. But if I don't become a Grand Scholar, I will have to quickly find a sect to support me. If not, once Holy Jail sect finds an opportunity to attack me, I will be in deep trouble. Just as he was deep in thought, someone knocked on his door. Pei Ziyun opened the door and was startled. He saw an adult and a child looking at him from under an umbrella. The adult and the child had their hair combed into two buns. One was calm, the other was smiling. He had seen them before in Fu Mansion. One was Mistress Cloud, the other was a little girl. They were both from the same sect in his previous life. Come in. The two of them entered the courtyard and shook the umbrella dry. They then leaned against the wall along the corridor. Pei Ziyun noticed that there wasn't a single speck of mud on their feet. Their footsteps were light and gentle. When they took a step, they would lower their heels slightly. The three of them did not speak as Pei Ziyun boiled some tea. Hearing the sound of water splashing, he removed the lid of the teapot and pinched some tea leaves. This is Han Sha Chun. It's not the best tea, please have some. He scooped up some tea and poured a little into each cup. He then picked up the pot that had just been boiling and poured half a tael of boiling water into each cup. He listened to the tea leaves unfurl and carefully observed the color of the water in each cup. He added water bit by bit and sat down with a smile. Dew is the best tea to drink, followed by snow water and rain water. However, autumn has arrived and I happened to collect some dew. Mistress Cloud looked at the tea. It was emerald in color, and the entire room was filled with the aroma of tea. She looked at it for some time before taking a sip. It was drizzling outside the window, and nobody spoke for a long time. Finally, she raised her eyes and looked at him. What are you thinking about? I was hoping that Master Zhao would come. When the little girl heard Pei Ziyun's words, she raised her head and looked at him. Her eyes were wide open and filled with curiosity. Mistress Cloud didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She then shook her head. It's a pity that I'm the one who came. But there's not much difference. After pausing for some time, she then said, Human affairs are complicated. Do you know why I'm here? Before Master Zhao left, he told me that I've learned the incantation, and that I can still enter a sect. I've asked around and found some clues. Besides, I'm not familiar with you. If you really wanted to kill me, you could have done so in Fu Mansion. You're not from Holy Jail sect. Since you're not from Holy Jail sect, you must be from Master Zhao's sect. This was just an excuse, but it made perfect sense to say it at this point. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the little girl's eyes widened in shock. Mistress Cloud had a suspicious look on her face. This person was really intelligent. He had only been looking for a few clues, and he had already found his way here. Mistress Cloud took a sip of tea and thought about what to say. She then smiled and said, I'm sure you've guessed it. I'm an elder of Free Cloud sect, and I'm your Master Zhao's junior sister. Although Master Zhao accepted you as his disciple, you're not a true master and disciple. Pei Ziyun raised his head and looked at her. Please explain. Cultivating in Dao sect is like sailing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. You're master and disciple, but you're merely teaching Confucianism. Her eyes were cold and stern as she spoke. A true master and disciple, in this world, are connected by fate. How can you do as you please? Furthermore, there's a limit to the number of slots. Unless senior brother Zhao is willing to sacrifice someone else, you won't be able to do anything. Let's talk about this later. It's still early. At this point, Mistress Cloud frowned and changed the topic. She looked at Pei Ziyun and said, Do you know that you're in a dangerous situation? Zhang Jie, you was a disciple of Holy Jail Sect. Although your methods have caught Holy Jail Sect off guard and forced them to cut off their tail, you've only damaged the outer perimeter of Dong and Prefecture. The true disciples are unharmed. Besides, you've cultivated Tao arts. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to become a grand scholar in the future. Even if you manage to become a grand scholar, your foundation will be ruined. Since you've already cultivated our sect's rudimentary Taoist technique, you can officially enter our sect. Senior brother Zhao and I can definitely protect you and your family. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun stood up and bowed deeply. Dare I ask for your name? Mistress Cloud paused before replying. My name is Yu Yunjun, and my Buddhist name is Yun Jingzi. The original owner knew this in his previous life. Pei Ziyun, who had inherited the memories, knew this as well. It was just that he couldn't say it out loud. He then kowtowed. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Yu Yunjun looked at Pei Ziyun kowtowing and sighed in her heart. This disciple of hers was firm and decisive. She accepted the bow and said, Since you've become my disciple, you and I are a family. It's just that since you've entered the sect, you shouldn't be overly obsessed with the riches and glory of the mortal world. All riches and glory are but a dream. The only thing that matters is your own cultivation. Mistress Cloud thought for some time. It's just that for now, I can only accept you as an outer sect disciple. This is the rule of Free Cloud Sect. All disciples have to start as an outer sect disciple. In the future, when you have a certain level of cultivation or contributions, you can be promoted to an inner sect disciple or even a core disciple. But for now, Pei Ziyun, you have to go to the main monastery within the prefecture to confirm your identity before you can officially enter the sect. Pei Ziyun took a step forward and clasped his hands. Yes, master. The little girl giggled as she walked up to Pei Ziyun and tugged him. HMHM, junior brother, I'm now your senior sister. From now on, I'll guide you well. The little girl had left a deep impression in the original owner's memories. She was senior sister Chu Xia from Songshan sect. She was very intelligent, and the original owner had been teased by her many times. Eventually, he was killed by her sword. Seeing the little girl in such a state, Yu Yunjun patted her head affectionately. Pei Ziyun, you should quickly settle your affairs in the mortal world. I'll introduce you to the Tao Manual. As long as you're willing to work hard and cultivate, all these will be easy for you. Chapter 66. Now that the big picture had been decided, all that was left were the details. Pei Ziyun and Yu Yunjun had to discuss. Pei Ziyun did not have to become a monk, but Pei Qianshi needed to be comforted. Late at night, Pei Qianshi was preparing food and wine for Yu Yunjun and the little girl. She looked at the both of them with a strange expression. It was not a good thing for a lady to stay in a man's house. If it wasn't for the fact that this lady was from a rich family, Pei Qianshi would have questioned her. Pei Qianshi served the both of them as they ate. After the meal, she helped Yu Yunjun and the little girl settle down. Pei Ziyun then entered his room and spoke to Pei Qianshi. The moment he entered her room, Pei Qianshi sighed. Son, are you thinking of entering the Tao this time? Mother, why do you say that? Pei Ziyun saw Pei Qianshi's hesitation. You don't have to hide it from me. You didn't have any martial arts in the past. The last time the bandits attacked, you single-handedly killed them. I thought it was because you were smart and relied on the soldiers to kill them. This time, after the bandits attacked, I found out that you have martial arts. These martial arts cannot be mastered in a day. All these years, besides learning from Master Zhao, you have no one else. Only Master Zhao can teach you. Pei Ziyun was about to explain when Pei Qianshi's expression changed to one of relief. All these years, I've been forcing you to take the elementary scholar exams because of your father and grandfather. When I first married you, I heard your grandfather talking about how he hoped that one day his grandson would become a high scholar. Now that you've become a high scholar, I'm satisfied. If I don't take the high scholar exams, I won't be able to gain a foothold. If I do, I'll continue my career. I'm worried about the dangers of becoming a high scholar. I grew up in an official's family and have seen it all. You wish to enter the Tao, that's a good thing. At least you'll be able to enjoy the riches of the county and live a peaceful life. Who knows, you might even become an immortal. That would make me happy. Pei Ziyun had thought that Pei Qianshi would be difficult to pass, and didn't expect it to be so easy. He was astonished. In the blink of an eye, he understood. In his own world, Taoists could not manifest their divinity. In the 5th year of the Qianlong Emperor, Mei Wenqing said, Taoists are lowly, and should not be used as court officials. Thereupon, Reverend Jingyi's pilgrimage ceremony was stopped. 17 years later, Reverend Jingyi was promoted to 5th grade, and was not allowed to request for a title. He was openly despising the Taoists. However, in this world, although the Tao techniques were not all-powerful, they could still show their divinity a little. Naturally, their status was different, and it was also a good future. Naturally, they were relatively open-minded. Pei Qianshi then said, Today, this lady came over, and she had the same aura as Mr. Zhao. She came so suddenly, there must be a reason. I'm afraid she's here to fetch you. I'm quite open-minded about such matters. That lady from the Yi family, ever since the Black Wind sect attacked, she has disappeared. I'm not sad to see you, I'm afraid she's gone to a place that you can rest assured of, if not she wouldn't be here. It's just that, if you are truly devoted to cultivation, you must leave a branch for the Pei family. Pei Qianshi muttered. Hearing Pei Qianshi's words, Pei Ziyun's face fell. He knew that he had revealed too much of himself these past few days. He could explain it to others, but to his mother, who had raised him, it was hard to explain. Luckily, she only thought that he had received Mr. Zhao's teachings. Mother, I will take note. Mother, don't worry, Pei Ziyun said. Outside the window, it was raining. The leaves rustled and the candlelight flickered. In another room, the little girl was jumping up and down, looking around. Yu Yunjun smiled and patted the little girl on the head. Little Xia, don't be naughty. The little girl leaned over and said, Aunt, what do you think this junior brother of mine will tell his mother tonight? He's here to bid farewell. Will he cry, or will he tell the truth? If he tells the truth, my junior brother's reputation will drop by a lot. You rascal, it's not good if you don't tell the truth. You can't hide it forever. Besides, although cultivating isn't the best, it's a good way to have a bright future. How many scholars have retreated to the mountains and forests to cultivate? All right, go and rest. Don't miss tomorrow's journey. If you can't get up, I'll beat you. If this junior brother sees that you're still lazing around in bed, I'll see if you still have the dignity of a senior sister. If you don't want to tell me, then don't. You keep threatening me, I'm going to sleep. The little girl then took off her robes and snuggled under the blankets, leaving her puffy head outside with her eyes wide open. Yu Yunjun then blew out the candle, and the entire room was plunged into darkness. Only the stars were visible. The little girl then asked, Today, both of you were very straightforward. In the past, when I accepted a disciple, I would always observe him. Aunt, what kind of person do you think my junior brother is? Mistress Cloud thought for a moment. He's not simple. We've only met once, and I can tell that he's not someone who's easily convinced. Look at the way he does things. He's resolute and decisive. You could even say that he's quick and ruthless. Such a person, do you think it's easy to persuade him? At this point, Mistress Cloud paused for some time. She then thought for a moment before continuing. His literary talent is outstanding, and he kills without hesitation. He doesn't lose out to Tao Master Xie of yesteryear. She then laughed, her eyes clear and distant, but you don't have to worry too much about it. Within the Tao sect, there aren't many people like him. In fact, there have been many of them throughout the generations. Actually, the sect leader has already decided to accept this person into the sect. It's just a matter of who accepts him. Morning. Pei Ziyun swept his gaze across his belongings, and looked around to see if there was anything else he wanted to take. When he passed by a study table, he saw a manuscript. He picked it up and looked at it. It was yellowed and very old, and he felt a sense of melancholy. This was the manuscript he had received from Master Zhao. It was the work of an old elementary scholar from the previous dynasty. If it weren't for this manuscript, he wouldn't have been able to become an elementary scholar. Looking at this manuscript, he decided to make use of this opportunity to pay a visit. The old elementary scholar's house was about 7 kilometers away from Snail Village. The village was close to Great Water Town, and was usually patrolling the area. Hence, it was relatively peaceful. Today, an ox cart had come to the village. It was Master Top Scorer from Snail Village. When he arrived at the village, he explained the purpose of his visit to the village chief. The village chief gave a long sigh and bowed. Master Top Scorer is too polite. I didn't expect Master Top Scorer to still remember the favor of writing a book for me. That's very kind of you. The thatched cottage in front belongs to the high scholar's daughter and son-in-law. The old village chief led the way and pointed to a thatched cottage as he spoke. Mistress Cloud and Chu Xia carried an umbrella as they followed behind. The village chief didn't think much of them. It was obvious that they were from a noble family, or perhaps they were relatives of Master Top Scorer. Pei Ziyun looked at the thatched cottage. Although it was a thatched cottage, it was rather spacious. There were 4 rooms, which was considered average for a village. A woman was busy working in a vegetable field, while a scholarly-looking man was hoeing the field, preparing to plant some vegetables. "Hey, look who's here to see you today." The village chief saw the 2 of them working and shouted, "Master Top Scorer from the neighboring village is here." The 2 of them looked up and saw a young man following behind the village chief. Was this a high scholar? The 2 of them thought to themselves. Seeing a high scholar visiting, they were at a loss as to what to do. Seeing the 2 of them, Pei Ziyun bowed. The 2 of them were taken aback and said, "You can't do that, you can't do that. A high scholar would not dare to bow to me." "You can do that, you can do that." Pei Ziyun retrieved a scroll from within his robes. "I once obtained a manuscript written by your father, and learned a lot from it. It can be said that your father and I have a master-disciple relationship." A master of a manuscript is also a master. When the woman saw the manuscript, she recognized it. She paused for a moment before her eyes turned red. Her father had immersed himself in the sea of book. Before he died, he ordered him to sell the manuscript for 10 copper coins. Her father's face and voice were like yesterday's. She held it in for a moment before crying out, "Father, do you see this? Your disciple has learned from your manuscript and became a high scholar. Your wish has finally been fulfilled." The woman could still remember her father's wish before he died. It was to become a high scholar. That was his lifelong wish. Now that someone had learned from her father's manuscript and became a high scholar, she was both sad and happy. The son-in-law of the old elementary scholar looked at his wife crying, and tears welled up in his eyes as well. Years ago, the old elementary scholar had taught him many things. It was a pity that he was useless and could not become a high scholar. The old village chief looked at the 2 of them crying, and felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. He knew what had happened years ago. It was a pity that the previous dynasty had fallen, and the old elementary scholar had died with a heart full of hatred. Pei Ziyun then said, "Both of you, please bring me to the tomb in the real world. Let me pay my respects." "That's easy, it's nearby." Pei Ziyun then retrieved some incense sticks and a bottle of wine from the ox cart. It turned out that the tomb was only half a mile away from the thatched hut. The woman pointed to an old poplar tree. Her expression was melancholy as she said, "It's here. I planted this tree myself, and it's grown up in a blink of an eye." Pei Ziyun followed her, and saw a lone grave amidst the tall grass. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly. Not far away, the water was clear as jade, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. Pei Ziyun's heart was in a state of chaos. The old elementary scholar's life came flooding back to him. He did not want to speak, and felt that there was nothing he could say. After so many years of hard work, all I have is a lone grave. Mister, I am your disciple, and also your bosom friend. I've come to see you today. Pei Ziyun squatted down and plucked the grass. He then lit the incense sticks and the paper. He then said, "That year when the eminent monk came to visit, you asked him if he was lucky or not. Then you said with tears in your eyes, that even though there were no more examinations in this chaotic world, studying was the only thing you loved." As he said this, he poured the wine over the grave and bowed. At this point, the old elementary scholar's daughter was sobbing uncontrollably as she knelt down and bowed to her father. "Mr. and I were fated to meet each other. Today, I finally have something to show for it." Pei Ziyun did not try to be unreasonable. He then stood up and said to the woman, "This is for your cultivation. Please accept it. We shall part ways today." There were 20 taels of silver and the title deed for 5 mu of land. The old elementary scholar's daughter rejected it profusely. "Master top scorer, this gift of yours is too much, I don't dare to accept it." Pei Ziyun smiled and said, "A teacher for a day, a teacher for life. This is for me, a high scholar. Don't tell me this is not worth it?" The both of them were at a loss for words. They looked at each other and saw the desire in their eyes. They knew that this was Master Top Scorer's way of helping them. After rejecting it for a while, they accepted it. Pei Ziyun heaved a sigh of relief. In reality, some people might think that this was a snobbish or vulgar gesture. However, Pei Ziyun had lived 2 lives, and knew what this meant to a peasant family. If he accepted this gift, then it would be a happy ending. If he refused to accept it, then Pei Ziyun could only sigh. He then smiled and raised his hands before turning around and said, "Let's leave." Chapter 67. The little girl tugged at Yu Yun and said softly, "Aunt, you didn't make the wrong choice this time. I didn't expect my junior brother to be so kind. It seems like Holy Jail Sect is a bunch of bad guys. They forced my junior brother to kill so many people." Even before Pei Ziyun had officially joined the sect, the little girl was already protecting him like he was her junior brother. Yu Yun sighed and looked at Pei Ziyun. Over the past few days, he had been collecting information on Pei Ziyun. He was extremely talented. For the sake of his childhood sweetheart, he had killed 3 bandits in one night. After that, he became an elementary scholar. He had bribed the patrol officer to exterminate the Black Wind bandit. After that, he had passed the state examinations and returned to kill Li Wenjing. Today, he had killed Zhang Jieyu in the village. Even though Pei Ziyun was secretive and had no evidence, as long as there was a result, it would be easy to find out the truth. There was no way to hide it. To kill so decisively and treat those who owe him so well, who knows if he's just putting on an act? Yu Yun pinched the little girl. "You're smart." The little girl retracted her neck. She had pinched it. "Master, shall we head straight to the prefecture then?" Pei Ziyun asked. "Let's go, there's a boat waiting for us." Yu Yun raised her hands and touched the dewy branches. She then said, "Last night at your house, it wasn't easy to scout. Let me see how many stages you've cultivated." "Master, please scout." Yu Yun glanced at him and nodded her head gently. She then placed her hand on Pei Ziyun's forehead and felt a glow of light. Her expression changed as she said, "You've already reached the 5th level. This is the inner strength of your body. Pei Ziyun's eyebrows twitched as his eyes revealed a look of happiness. He then asked, I'd like to hear the details. Although he knew, he shouldn't know. Hence, he had to ask. Yu Yunjun raised her head and smiled. A cultivator's physique is the most important. The first and second stages are health, and the third and fourth stages are inner breathing. This is the mortal stage. Even martial artists can reach this stage. But the internal organs are different. The internal organs are very delicate, and it is very difficult to cleanse the marrow and bones. If there is a mistake, there will be hidden dangers. I was shocked when I saw you enter the internal organs and was afraid that there would be hidden dangers. But when I continued to examine, I found that there were no mistakes. How did you cultivate? What she meant was that although there was an oral formula, how could there be no mistakes in the specific operation of cultivation? If it weren't for the fact that he had a clean background, and that he had been under Zhao Ning's watch for so many years, she wouldn't have believed it. She then heard Pei Ziyun reply, Master, I don't know either. Let's just follow the chant. Yu Yunjun was speechless for a moment. Was this what it meant to be a genius? After a long time, he continued, no matter what, inner strength is a threshold. It is the key to reaching human immortal. One could say that once this threshold is broken, human immortal is just accumulation. He then explained in detail, internal strengthening can strengthen the internal organs of the body and extend one's lifespan. Once the internal strengthening is complete, one will naturally enter the 7th or 8th stage and be able to develop great strength. At the 90th stage, one will be able to control this strength. It can be both hard and soft, with fire and water complementing each other. At that point, one will be able to live up to 120 years and become a human immortal. At the 10th stage, one will be able to open the gates of heaven and enter Tao. He will then become a Yin master and be known as a Tao master. Yu Yunjun then paused. Since you've already entered the internal strengthening stage, the first step is already half done. I've saved myself a lot of effort. As for opening the gates of heaven, let's talk about that in the future. Yes. The both of them then boarded the ox cart. Since they were walking side by side, they could still talk. Yu Yunjun then said, Your cultivation is pure. When we reach the monastery, your senior uncle will be very happy to see you. Pei Ziyun smiled. He had experience from his previous life, and yet his cultivation wasn't pure. That was a joke. As soon as she finished speaking, the both of them quietened down. They could hear the wind and rain howling through the skies. Pei Ziyun felt a tinge of bitterness and happiness in his heart. This time, he had entered Free Cloud sect 5 years earlier. Everything was different now. The both of them were speechless as the ox cart driver hurried on his way. Only the little girl kept asking questions here and there without stopping. From time to time, she would grab hold of Pei Ziyun and ask him questions. The little girl, senior sister Chu Xia, had experienced this in his previous life. Pei Ziyun could only smile bitterly and deal with her. The entire journey was a long one. When they reached the shore, they boarded a boat and headed straight for the prefecture city. Prefecture City, Green Cloud Monastery was situated on the west side of Lake Mo, and was directly opposite North Temple. Pei Ziyun and the rest rushed to the monastery. The sky had just turned bright, and the nearby houses were already lit up. Some of the fishing boats were already out. As they neared, they noticed that there were already Taoists chanting and doing their homework. Red vermilion mouth deity, expelling filth, righteous tongue deity, nourishing the spirit, cleansing the spirit, cleansing the spirit, cleansing the spirit, cleansing the spirit. As Pei Ziyun walked, he heard this familiar chant. Yu Yunjun then laughed. This is a morning lesson. Within the Tao sect, the inner disciples do not come out. The outer disciples all have their own task. These Taoists are not even considered disciples. They are only here to clean up the place. Pei Zi-yun nodded his head. Indeed, the sound of a bell could be heard, carrying with it a deep and melancholic tone. Green Cloud Monastery was situated in the north, facing south. There were 3 paths in the middle, left and right, as well as a rear courtyard. In front of the monastery were 200-year-old trees. It would take 2 people to wrap their arms around them. The treetops were over 10 meters tall, and cast a huge shadow over the monastery. Many worshippers were entering and exiting the monastery. As he entered the monastery, he sighed. Although the original owner had seen it before, this was his first time. He could only see that the main hall was grand and majestic. It was surrounded by pine and cypress trees. On the left and right side of the hall were pavilions and pavilions. Although it was still early, there were already worshippers offering incense. Yu Yunjun followed behind the little girl Chu Xia. Chu Xia's eyes were wide open, and nobody knew what she was thinking. As the 3 of them walked, Yu Yunjun introduced the monastery to Pei Ziyun. This monastery was built in the previous dynasty, and has been around for over 300 years. Pei Ziyun, as a Taoist, one should not be obsessed with riches and riches. Do you know the purpose of this monastery? Pei Ziyun had stayed in Green Cloud Monastery before in his previous life, and thus knew the answer. At this point, he only said a part of it. Master, this monastery is the source of riches and companions. Only these 2 things can support Free Cloud sect. Aunt, it's not like you don't know how intelligent my junior brother is. He became a top scorer at the age of 15, and has even grown taller. The little girl Chu Xia rolled her eyes at her aunt. That's right. Green Cloud Monastery is the exterior of Free Cloud sect. The outer sect disciples all start their training here. It is also an important source of riches and riches. As a Taoist, although we should not be obsessed with riches and riches are essential. As she spoke, they reached the front hall. There were many statues standing around. Yu Yunjun was about to speak when the little girl Chu Xia interrupted. I know about this. Junior brother, let me tell you. The statues in the front hall are all immortal officials. Below the steps is the altar of merit and virtue. Oh, it's also called the Icy Forest Altar. Devotees pray for blessings and blessings in the front hall. It's said that it's very effective. However, that's only for ordinary people. The little girl Chu Xia was like a little bird as she spoke. Yu Yunjun looked at her dotingly. Pei Ziyun was very familiar with this. The original owner had a deep memory of this. The middle hall is for the 2 Tao monarchs. The back hall is for the patriarchs of the sect. There were outer sect disciples living in the back hall. Pei Ziyun's memories of coming to the monastery surfaced clearly in front of his eyes. I'm here. Pei Ziyun walked in and saw that the entire courtyard was made of brick. The ginkgo trees were so thick that one could hug one's arms. Everything was so familiar. At this point, a middle-aged Taoist walked out. He had a scholarly air about him. Pei Ziyun looked at him and saw that it was Zhao Ning. He hurriedly bowed. Student pays his respects to Mr. Good Pei Ziyun. Back then, I asked my senior brother to leave a chant for you. You didn't disappoint me. Not only have you mastered it, you've also become an elementary scholar and a top scorer. You're indeed my student. Zhao Ning walked out and greeted Pei Ziyun. Yu Yunjun laughed. All right, senior brother Zhao, let's go in and talk. Today, I've brought Pei Ziyun into the sect. I've already accepted him as my disciple. Now that he's your junior disciple, don't you think you should prepare some gifts for him? Greetings, senior aunt. It's been a long time since we've met. You've become even more handsome. Zhao Ning saw that it was the little girl Chu Xia who had spoken and laughed. Someone who is unaccountably solicitous must be hiding evil intentions. Little Chu Xia, what have you taken a fancy to this senior uncle of yours? After laughing, he then said, You've sent a letter back. The monastery has long been prepared. The people who should be here are already here. As he spoke, 2 young men walked towards him. The first was his senior brother, Song Ji. The other was a young master. He was tall and slender, dressed in light robes. His steps were calm and collected. The aura of a young master was much stronger than that of a Taoist. Pei Ziyun recognized him. He was the third young master of Ji Bei Ho. Seeing Song Ji, Pei Ziyun's heart was filled with anger. Greetings, senior uncle, senior aunt and junior sister. Song Ji bowed respectfully. This is your senior brother, Song Ji, and senior brother Wei Ong. Zhao Ning introduced them. Hearing this, Pei Ziyun froze as he looked at Song Ji. Song Ji had introduced him as a senior brother. At this point, Song Ji was already the senior brother of the outer sect. Was he already the successor? Song Ji didn't know what Pei Ziyun was thinking. After exchanging greetings, he turned around and spoke to Zhao Ning. Senior Uncle Zhao, the preparations for the entrance ceremony are complete. All junior brother needs to do is take a bath, and we can proceed. Zhao Ning laughed. Since the preparations are complete, and you're the senior brother, bring the new junior brother to take a bath and change into his Taoist robes. Your senior uncle and I shall wait in the main hall. Yes. The both of them bowed their heads. Song Ji led the way and led Pei Ziyun into the backyard. Hot water had already been prepared, and a new set of Taoist robes was laid out beside him. Pei Ziyun took a bath and changed his clothes. When he came out, Song Ji, who was guarding outside, praised, "What a handsome Taoist." He led him to the back of the hall and saw Yu Yunjun sitting in the middle. Chu Xia had changed into a new set of Taoist robes as well. When she saw Pei Ziyun walking over, she winked at him. First bow to Tao Monarch. Second bow to Patriarch. Third bow to Master. The ceremony was simple and very solemn. Yu Yunjun sat upright and accepted the greetings. She then said, "Bow to senior uncle." Pei Ziyun stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Pei Ziyun pays his respects to senior uncle. Zhao Ning stroked his beard and smiled before nodding his head. He then stretched out his hand to help Pei Ziyun up. There's no need for formalities. Get up. Congratulations to junior sister for accepting a good disciple today. I've prepared a small gift for you. Zhao Ning said as he received a box from a Taoist disciple. He then retrieved a sword and handed it over. This is a small gift from senior uncle. Thank you, senior uncle. The little girl Chu Xia pouted her lips. Yu Yunjun smiled and said, "Come over here, I'll give you a Tao manual and a Tao manual. Keep it well. This Tao manual is called Free Cloud Guiyuan Manual, Part 1. There are 23 different types of Tao manuals. However, cultivating Tao is still dependent on fate. Even if 100 people practice it, there might not be a single person who is compatible with it. How many types of Tao manuals one can master, and how far one can go, will depend on your luck." "Thank you, Master." Pei Ziyun received the manual and felt himself being knocked into. All of a sudden, a sparrow appeared in front of him. It had a white body and a red beak, as it wailed and flew away. Pei Ziyun didn't even have the time to be surprised when a white plum blossom appeared in front of him, emitting a faint glow. "Now that I've completed this mission, I wonder how much I'll gain from it?" Pei Ziyun's eyes were filled with passion. "After the ceremony, you're a disciple of our sect. I hope you'll continue to practice Tao and never slack off," Zhao Ning said. Pei Ziyun replied, "I'll remember senior uncle's teachings." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.